Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obana zima dion Manawe Mari Oresama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Beken Sama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone no get Tony Maga not Yami Magame Manido Beken Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokbai Wudori Ima Dia Wogene all the Tiagboyano Emi Magame we need just to know me of
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders at young level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Odion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Odion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. After, a priest assigned to the immortal shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia tomb, the side Oba market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Oba Ewai and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
It's sure always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with your sincerely Oluije Oikokai. Today on Heritage, we're going to a country that has about 2 million population, and that is Guinea-Bissau, to go see what they have for us today as far as culture and tradition is concerned. So you know what? Come along as we take a trip together to Guinea Bissau to go see what they have for us on Heritage. Don't go nowhere. The festival in Guinea-Bissau is the popular annual festival in the country, known for its vibrant blend of traditional African culture and influence.
Máscaras. Depois de rainha, não fica cuidando de fula. Na pede mais palmo, volta com palmo, coloca no encoraja. Salva de palma, tem a apresentação. Não fica cuidando de fula. Ainda que bom haja mangas de arte na dança de fula. Now, fula, mensagem que o Rodrigo pega a nós tudo guineense.
The event takes place annually in the capital city of Guinea-Bissau during the dry season, typically in the month of February or March, just before Lent. The carnival is a powerful display of national identity and unity, bringing together the nation, many diverse ethnic groups, including the Balanta, Fula, Mangoko, and Bajago people, to celebrate their unique costumes and traditions. The events feature parades along in the major streets, as well as people are seen dancing, drum beat renting the air, and thousands of participants in elaborate, well-dressed and colorful costumes to mark the celebration. The celebration is a fest combining a cheerful African spirit with lively influences of Portuguese and Brazilian cultural traditions.
Albano.
Não falar obrigado. Digo não até primeiro grupo que não apresenta, não está falando. Que me se mostrando? Netinia Pepe, ele está falando com o banco. Ora, como aqui, na cara você fazer o rego. Usada diferente para nova. Se cabeça era diferente de Ambapus. Hoje era que hermosa. O homem tem que ser o rego. Segundo não tem. Sumei que hermosa para ser o rego. Então, eu consegui ver se não tem simplesmente. Esse o regulo. O vem conseguir a vencer. Não está manifesta aqui a alegria. Regulo morre. Que desachola. Que cerimônia. Não está mostrando biombo. Regulo de biombo. E morre. Vem tornar a partir da região de biombo. E por bater só na região de biombo. Mas a nível de Guiné-Bissau. Cansaré. Popolo, obrigado, Cansaré. Obrigado para representante do desfile nacional de Guiné-Bissau e para tudo que está presente. Você não vai ter balobeiros. Balobeiros. Essa é uma cerimônia. Balobeiros, lê. E por ser filho regulo, ou filho de alguém como sobrinho, está bonito. Vai ser o regulo, ou balobeiro, pegar musa. Que é balobeiro? Lembra como? Cancelei magaro. Mas como descobrir? Ele apontei Irã. Irã não respondeu. Não fala barogueiros, obrigado. Barogueiros, obrigado. Você não tem aqui grandes guintes. Então usa só coisas preto. É guintes da roleira. E que eles que estão dizendo. Mas e coisas que também tradicionalmente Irã está chamando. Olha que ele chamou. Que Irã está matando aquele mar tudo. Se aquele alguém que vive no Irã nessa casa. Então a manga de bufonesa se está contra aquele. Então, ele está recolher aqui balobeiro para apontar. Então, uma coisa não acontece na casa. O que não passa? Então, o comandante Roneira. E esse que tem que roneira, eles se futuro balobeiros. Papia, lá que até conseguir poder de ser o balobeiros. Pabeirão que está trabalhando nesse momento. Nós já tem que ir na roneira. E pabeirão chamar lá. E aí, o que ela passa?
Osaida, fica bom monolo. Osaida, papia mandalo. Osaida, e vai bom monolo. Osaida. Não, dá unha.
Vamos falar obrigado. Obrigado para o Ronaldo Zidane. Se não tem aqui momento de não lembrar. Não lhe lembrei do capacete. O pai do filho de filhos, de irmãos, de família risco. Irmãos, se não lembrar. MC Caio e cantar. Eles que estão puro para não comer. Eles que vão aí na BC, labradores. Para não comer na tabanca, para não farta, para não por ter alegria, força para fazer qualquer coisa. E esses que vão olhar assim. Labradores. Ana labra. Para poder parantar, para não poder comer. Não me estou pedindo o governo de Guiné-Bissau para apoiar a região de Piombo, Leão do Norte, na laboro, para não poder comer. Depois não tem pescadores também, que não mames. Obrigado. Pescadores também, eles não mames. Eis que está puro para não comer. Babia, que máfia que está a apanhar? Ou que pis que está a apanhar melhor? E ele que está puro não comer. Então, não tem pescadores. Não vai haver pescadores. É por vir ali na praça de Sal. Não pedi, Ministério de Pesca. Vem apoiar a região de Piombo, Leão do Norte, na pesca. Para não ter bom peixes, para não poder comer. Obrigado, pescadores. Você não vai para diferente dança para ver Piombo. E Leão está com todo tipo de carne. Não tem primeiro. Camarão, não é camarão na metade. Piombo, é que está por isso que não é camarão. Ai, esse camarão que está na metade. Muito obrigado, camarão. Muito obrigado, camarão. Não tem mandigas. Olha, a nós de Piombo, Leão, não tem mandigas. Mandiga não vem. Na Piombo, não tem mandiga. Leão. Leão, eles gostam de atividade. Leão gosta de subir. E gosta de ter conhecimento. Leão de Piombo. Ou Leão do Norte. Melhor assim. Leão do Norte. Quando ninguém tem que se dar a turbina para ouvir voz ou pode a voz. Muito bem, Leão do Norte. Obrigado, Mandigas, obrigado. Tene Leon de Norte, no te la mandiga. Muito obrigado, 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 obrigado. Muito obrigado, cosa non va a tener. Fula, Fula, muito obrigado, Fula. Fula con non va a tener, mandiga, obrigado, Fula. Fula la biomba, Fula. Sai, Fula, 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 Fula. É suru na região de Biombo. Quando eu falo Lyon, não vou falar ser o Lyon. Hoje pessoal, habilidade de Lyon. Habilidade de Lyon. Habilidade de Lyon. Habilidade. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado. Gosto no último com tropas que lutam para a independência de Guiné-Bissau. Tropas que lutam para a independência de Guiné-Bissau. Caos do ser povo independente. Tropas que lutam para a independência. Presidente, patrocinadores, presidente, muito obrigado. Dona Garcia também, tamborista, homem com luto, que está presente.
Palmas fortes para a região de Biombo. Gomes. Não para beber como a... Você quer que nota, Cícero? Naquela região, sim. Biombo e Benfica, tudo. Biombo e Benfica. Mas não tem bunda, não crianças de flor de luta. E está na mostra, se dança.
It certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage. Yes, you learned a lot as far as Guinea-Bissau is concerned. Their heritage, their costume. Now looking at, of course, the way they merge culture together, it certainly has been mind-blowing. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time. To have yourself a blessed day. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about
what I said. So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise, or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best. Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio. I'm much obliged for having you join us on the program TMI on the ITV network. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. My colleagues from Lagos Network Studio is already on standby, Miss Selena. And of course, I've got Chuku Funaya with me here in Benin Network Studio. Good to have you on the show, and Merry Christmas.
Yes, a wonderful one to you also. It's great to be here as well. And I would say congratulations on your award yesterday as the overall best staff of Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you. I dedicated that to every one of you who's been there over the years and making that happen back to back, all right? And we'll just continue to get inspired by some of these rave reviews, achievements, so we can continue to push and move the organization forward. So much to talk about on the show today, but let's just reflect on Christmas. I know that this particular Christmas has been one interesting one, and I think the most concerning part of it is that there hasn't been steady power supply at all, and this is more or less like a national challenge. Well, no doubt we've had power problems over the years, but this period, at least there's usually some level of stability. You can have maybe 3 hours in, 3 hours out, 6 hours in, but for almost like 2 weeks there was no light, and eventually when it got back, you'd barely have it for just maybe about 3 hours or 4 hours in the night, and that's it. So it's a really bleak Christmas for a lot of people because of the poor power supply in the country.
Yes, it is. They're basically not even showing up, and you know, power being one of the most essential things to human life right now, and how much the world has advanced. It's really something to frown upon.
All right, let's link up with Messalina from our Lagos Network Studio. Messalina, good to have you on the show, and Merry Christmas, yeah? Of course, we've got Dominic as well from Abuja Network Studio. Dominic, Merry Christmas. Well, I'm looking for Harmattan. I don't know if you guys have seen it. Let me begin with Dominic from Abuja Network Studio. Have you seen Harmattan? I'm looking for it.
Was very to you our Sunday of course, December is expected to be experience Harmattan, especially those of us that in the north of the country. Well, it's a mixture of weather, if I have to put it that way. Abuja, as you know, is in the center. It's always presumed to period like this. I can tell you now, time is beginning to we have weather, most especially in the afternoon. See, the whole place is dry, dusty weather. It's also a call for always in a hurry to set bushes probably in preparation for the next farming season. We term as bushmeat area in this area. Harmattan is already here, but the weather is not as cold as that, but I believe into January, February, we will be experiencing a very Harmattan. Let me not forget I congratulate your award yesterday, those who were recognized by the station, but it's a quality for them to do more for to whom much is expected, if I should put it down. And I know that with this award will be far more and ensure that we take TV to the next and radio to the next, and we'll be proud to be out there as one of the best comes to. From Abuja, Abuja is cool. The vehicles are beginning the road in Abuja is more a civil service state. Most people traveled out, but those who have this are already hitting the road. I'm assuring you that today of the offices will be open, even though it is out of town. But I believe some of them will be going back to work today, while those who are still enjoying their Christmas will be able to receive their Christmas. That's my son.
I hope we can get that sorted out in the course of the show. Ms. Lena, yeah, what's up with Lagos?
Colleague from Abuja. Good morning, Chekum Funaya. Lagos is good. I mean, a lot of persons have been saying that, did God forget that it is Christmas? I mean, we've not seen Harmattan. The weather is hot. Everywhere is hot. And we are like, what is happening? Okay, before I continue, congratulations on your award. Well deserved. I mean, I'm excited for you. And it's still the celebration of Christmas. Lagos, it's booming here. You know, a lot of people, traffic. People are having fun celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. Talking about the electricity, it's not like that in Lagos, though. You know, we got electricity. I mean, it's booming here in Lagos, and we are all having fun. But from Lagos today, basically, we will be talking about from Lagos. Our main focus from Lagos is one of the biggest political talking points today. That is the recent U.S.-backed military strike against ISIS-linked militant camps in Sokoto State. We saw that President Donald Trump has publicly announced it December 25th, that the strike and framed them as aimed at countering militants targeting Christian. You know, he has been talking about Christian genocide. And the Nigerian government authorized the strike, which were carried out with U.S. support as part of the ongoing counter-terrorism efforts in the Northwest. And I mean, a lot of persons are in support of it, while a lot of persons are saying that doesn't mean the government, they're actually not doing their job. In presence of Sheikh Gumi is actually not in support of it. Some other persons too are not in support of it. Why some persons say, since our own leaders cannot protect our country, you know, now that the U.S. has come in, that it's okay that they are in support of it. While other persons are saying it is not the right timing. So basically, that is what we'll be talking about today from the stable in Lagos.
All right, fantastic, fantastic, Ms. Lena. So much talking point. I'd also observe that this is one Christmas that we didn't have long queues, and the usual shortage of naira, it wasn't that pronounced, unlike what we've seen in years past, right?
Yes, I've noticed that too. Although I have seen a bit of queues in petrol stations, but you're right, not as much as
it used to be.
In time past.
Okay, but I think that the big story for us from our Benin Network studio is the seeming dangerous trend and dimension of violence in Edo State that needs to be addressed urgently before, I mean, we see things in dimensions never before seen before. Yesterday, the story broke. It was like a story from a Nollywood movie. It was like something you find it difficult, you would find it difficult to imagine, but it happened, all right? Dr. Pedro Obaseki was beaten, stripped naked, assaulted, manhandled, for whatever reason. And we'll be looking at that issue. We hope to have him here so he can give us his perspectives on what exactly transpired. If you go online, you're going to see that video trending, how he was manhandled, beaten to a pulp, and really dehumanized. His fundamentals as a human being were actually taken away from him. And that's uncalled for. And that it needs to be condemned by any right-thinking individual, no matter the reason or the rationale behind this. And this is just one incident too many, because we are presenting Edo State in bad light, giving the impression that, I mean, this is a state that is known for violence, a state known for insecurity, a state known for all of the negativities. There's what you call imagined communities. The perception of Nigerians in diaspora or even foreign nationals about a particular environment is based on some of these things that they see or hear. This is one incident too many. Incident of violence, incident of abuse, incidents of assault, incident of insecurity, of all kinds of things. I really don't know where this is taking us.
Yeah, it definitely does present Edo State in a bad light. Someone that's so high up there, like the youth do look up to a veteran thespian, just being humiliated like that, and it's just something to be frowned upon, yes.
All right, we've got my colleagues Dominic and Messalina also joining us from network studios in Abuja and Lagos. I mean, look at where we are with this incident that happened yesterday. Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki is an accomplished personality, not just in Nigeria, but globally. A global and international personality, a broadcaster, an administrator. I mean, the list is endless. But to just get a hold of him, trying to do what he loves to do in the primary school where he's playing football, picked up, kidnapped, beaten, assaulted, disgraced, humiliated. I mean, so the question now on the lips of many people is, who is next to be so dehumanized this way? What with the fact that this is becoming a trend in Edo State, and authorities in charge needs to do something to put an end to this kind of, shenanigans. The other day, it was a journalist, a female journalist, that was slapped, that was beaten right in Government House, and that matter has since been quelled. Today, yesterday, is the turn of Don Pedro Obaseki. So who is next? And what message are we sending? What signal are we sending? I had an interview with the European ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, so a few weeks back when this MOA issue came up. One of the things he said, you can go and check out that interview on YouTube. Check it out on our YouTube channel. One of the things he said is that, what message are we sending to the outside world? The message we are sending is that Edo State is not safe. Foreigners can come. Foreign investors can come. What is currently the rate of foreign direct investment to Edo State with all this kind of shenanigans that we see today? Let me get to take Dominic and Messalina. Dominic.
Of course, quite embarrassing. Just like you said, it's not that we should tolerate in a society like Edo State, but states who were since hold with high esteem, cultural heritage. It's the person of Adam, we all know him. We all grew up hearing his name while he was in education. Someone who is respected when it comes to the folks. It goes to tell you the of disregards we have for humanity, you cannot treat of that status, no matter what no matter what the situation was. I don't think it warrants that. It was mentioned earlier who was responsible for such behavior. Now the society tell you that nobody, like you said, who is, we don't know who is condemned as such. I believe that the state police commissioner, like he mentioned so in the report, that investors comments, and who is responsible, I believe that that person should be brought into, like you mentioned, what will others see Edo State as, what portraying Edo to the outside world. I'll tell those who always travel back home, stress period, look, if you come back, you're not safe. I don't know who are. It's a very terrible situation. We address issues like this, degenerated where it is. The issue of it is everywhere. We see that everywhere in almost all parts of. We should to checkmate this. They don't have to take plots, no matter you don't have the ones. I saw similar incidents. I tried to see some beggar and about somebody who went paid just by the finance, trying to attack to pay in the citizens that he has to pay. It's a version of Assad actually has stopped that degenerated into some yesterday where talks trying to their hands, asking it isn't to pay for to the core of nature just side. That goes to tell you that there are some person they can just take law into their hands simply because they are out of it. So it's a call to agents to ensure that look, we have to read activities of these on Nigerians, so we don't have it beyond where yesterday was very embarrassing, and I feel the need needs to be done, and those should be called out of vote.
All right, let me get you in, Messalina. I'm sure you follow this story online that's been trending, for the past less than 24 hours, actually, yeah.
I mean, it's quite embarrassing and disheartening, watching that he's being humiliated like that. Like we said earlier, the government really needs to look into it, and those perpetrators needs to be brought to book. He'll be coming later, right, to say his own side of the story. Like you said earlier, we don't know who is next. How are foreign investors going to be seeing Edo State or looking at Edo State, seeing all those things that have been happening to them? Would they be scared coming in to invest? Would they be scared coming to the state, to do one or two things? Like, we really do not know who is next. So these perpetrators or these people that actually did this, because when I saw the video, it's really, really embarrassing seeing somebody of that status being humiliated like that. Is really disheartening, and we don't know who is next. So the government really needs to look into this issue currently happening in Edo State.
Fantastic. We'll just give you an excerpt of this incident, give you the full video so you can make sense of, if you can really make sense of this sort of dastardly act we are seeing in this modern age, in this time. I believe that no matter the issue, there are, civilized ways, civilized channels through which some of these issues can be addressed. For people to just take laws into their hands and go scot-free is uncalled for, is unacceptable by every stroke of imagination. There are more civilized ways for things to be addressed, for things to be done, so we don't give the wrong signals, except we're saying we don't want our own people in the diaspora to be coming home to do stuff, especially this Christmas season, and that's quite unfortunate. Just take a look at it. We'll be back with you on the show TMI Monday.
Attention!
That's the video for you. Just help me make sense of all that you saw in that video. And a lot of questions are popping up. We'll be bringing you those questions. Maybe you can help us find answers in the course of the show this lovely Monday morning on TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at what the papers are saying. Of course, we're coming back to that issue in the course of the show. Please stay with us. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Just in time for the newspaper review segment of the show, we'll begin with the Daily Trust. And the top story there on the Daily Trust, on the cover page, you have U.S. airstrikes, casualties likely in Sokoto. That's on the Daily Trust, all right? You'll find that story on, it continued on page 3 and 4 on Daily Trust, okay? More stories for you. Gunmen killed 2 siblings, abduct 4 others in Gombe. All right, that story is on, okay, still on the Daily Trust. Then we've got Gida Bijimi, FCT community, where pregnant women travel 4 kilometers for care. Can you believe that? And then we've got this one. Kano governor set to join APC, says aid. All right, that's on page 11. This story is on page 11, page 16, and then, of course, page 3. More on the Daily Trust. Let's see what more we can bring you for you on the Daily Trust newspaper. This... Okay, fuel price down, transport fares still up. One big paradox we can't even explain. Fuel price down, transport fares still up. What's responsible for this? We expect that with the price of fuel coming down or stabilizing, the transport fares will also go down. But that's not happening. That's not happening at all. Okay, we've got Dr. Dan Akawafo joining us via Zoom, Monday's guest reviewer, to look at some of these stories. Dr. Dan, thank you so much for joining us on the program, and Merry Christmas to you once again.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Okay, so which of the stories more of interest to you, looking at the trending stories on the Daily Trust this morning?
I did not get the headline.
Yeah, I will just look at, okay, let me run through some of the stories on the Daily Trust again. The front page story says U.S. airstrikes, casualties likely in Sokoto. Because I know that since that strike took place on Christmas Day, the question that has been on the lips of many people: what are the casualties? Why is it possible, or how is it possible that such a strike could have taken place and we don't have casualties? Then you also have other stories: gunmen killed 2 siblings, abduct 4 others in Gombe. And then Gida Bijimi, FCT community, where women travel 4 kilometers for health care. And then Kano governor set to join APC. This is coming from his aide. And then the last story there was on the fuel price situation, which is going down, fuel price down, but transport fares still up. Can you help us make sense on this story? What are your perspectives, Dr. Dan?
Okay. The first thing I want us to look at, with reference to the bombing in Sokoto, it is too early for us to ascertain the number of victims or who were involved. The reason is that nobody knew the number of terrorists or bandits that were in that enclave at the time the bombing took place. But I followed a news channel, not yours, yesterday night, and the reporter confirmed that, of a fact, the place was bombed, and the locals close to that area confirmed that incident of that nature happened. My concern with my perspective would be that we should not be so concerned about how many bandits were killed, but the fact that it has sent a message to the bandits that wherever they are not hidden, and that they can be taken out at any time, is a clear signal that those of them who are still thinking about continuing this act of terrorism against the Nigeria state will start having a rethink. For the governor of Kano State, I am not surprised because of the fear most governors have that if they don't join the ruling party, the tendency is that they can be taken unawares. You understand the nature of our politics, the nature of our judicial system. So governors who want to be in the good books will want to play along. But I know as the primaries get closer and some will lose out of the power game, the likelihood is that we may have stronger opposition candidates that will come up. So if Kano State governor is contemplating joining APC, for me it's not a strange thing because I know many governors are afraid. But the question I've always asked people, if a governor has done well, it is the people that will validate his position. But where the governor is not performing up to expectations, they will want to hide under the toga of the ruling party to get some protection. If INEC is doing its job as an umpire, I don't know why people will want to run to the ruling party, because it is the people that will ultimately decide. But this state of our national life, where vote don't count in the real sense of it, I want the judiciary to decide who finally gets the seat. That fear is what is holding many people down. It's always very difficult, post 2008, 2009, for a governor to lose a case at the Supreme Court, because technicalities are brought in to defend the sitting governor. This is the sad state of our nation. But if we must move forward, the electoral body must do its job well. Now, all other stories related to insecurity, they are all tied to the same thing. For me, if we must get it right, governance must become real to the people. If the enabling environment is created for jobs, if the social system is working well, people will not take it to, insecurity will not be a serious issue in our nation. These are things our government should start thinking of if they really want the good of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan. Let's look at more other papers for this morning. We just highlighted some of the top stories on Daily Trust. From Daily Trust, let's check out the New Telegraph. And what are the top stories on the New Telegraph? It says, allocations, 2025 earnings from electronic money transfer up 120.6% to 402.22 billion naira. All right, more stories for you. 2025 year of political upheavals. How Rivers emergency rule, ADC defections, others shaped polity. I'm learning politics from Tinubu, says Iwata, the APC national chairman, is speaking there. More stories for you on the New Telegraph. Anti-terrorism fight, Combe Sambisa Forest, Koza, Lake Chad, Middle Belt Forum urges U.S. Don't relent, spare no one. PFM tells Tinubu. General Shaibu celebrates Christmas with troops in Borno. Kano, 9 bandits, 1 vigilante killed in overnight gun duel. New tax laws. Airfares within Nigeria may rise beyond 1 million naira. This is coming from Onyema. Lawyers back NBA's call for suspension. All right, as Patriots supports NAS for re-gazetting tax laws. You want more on these stories and lots more? Get a copy of the New Telegraph. All right, and then this one says 34 lawyers fail judges' integrity test. This is coming from the NJC. All right, and then TCN launches 82 power transformers to boost national grid. We are yet to see that. We're yet to see the impact of that. And then 50 billion naira. Present evidence of approval, not request. Makinde tells Fayose. Okay, so let's get your perspectives on these stories from the New Telegraph, Dr. Dan.
Yeah, the good headline from the New Telegraph is not is a wet couch headline. Actually, if you follow the trajectory of our system, since the declaration of the state of emergency in Rivers State, indeed, it has shaped our polity. Why? The arguments initially were raised by lawyers. The president don't have the power. But the later judgment by the Supreme Court confirmed that the president can suspend a city governor under certain circumstances. That singular decision is what is driving many governors in this direction. Don't also forget, when key actors in the political system started moving to ADC, the reality started telling on city governors that we have to join the ruling party. Why are they all afraid? They understand the kind of man who is in the presidency. They understand his type of politics and the way he plays it. And because they know they are not strangers to the game, they want to all precede him, join his trail.
Okay, bit of a loss of signal there. We hope we can re-establish connection with Dr. Dan so we can get more perspectives on some of these stories that we just highlighted from the New Telegraph. One that is quite worth talking about is the implications of the new tax law that is set to come into effect in the next couple of days on January 1st. And the federal government has come out to say no going back on the new tax law. But there are concerns with the new tax law. Fares are most likely going to go up to as high as 1 million naira. And then you just want to ask a question, how many people can afford that? I saw a post recently by someone on Facebook, and he captioned it this way: travel by land, and then you pay maybe 35,000 naira, depends on the quality of the vehicle or the transport line that you're using. You do road transportation, you pay that low, you're most likely, God forbid, you get kidnapped by bandits. You'll be thinking of, you know, a ransom of 100 million naira and above. And then you compare that to paying 250,000 naira for a flight ticket, maybe to Lagos or to Abuja, as the case may be. And so this is the maths. But with the tax law coming up, you're probably going to have that increased astronomically with much more effects on the polity, on the people, in terms of their capacity to be able to function at that level. Do we have Dr. Dan back with us now? Okay, we lost the signal, so we hope we can re-establish connection with him and get more perspectives from him on this segment of the show. Okay, let's look at what we have on the Guardian newspaper. Guardian newspaper for today has very interesting stories. On the Guardian, Monday morning, 29th day of December, and it says, Obi lawmakers obedience to join ADC on December 31. All right, and then we've got this story: Gazetted Tax Act illegal, amounts to forgery, Atiku insists. So let's take this to the courts and challenge it and see what the perspectives of the courts will be. Not enough to say it's illegal. We can challenge it in court and get judgment which can go either way. All right, but at least we go a long way to wrest the illegality or otherwise of the new tax act. Okay, and we've got this one: Zamfara attack. Tinubu's trip to Europe, UAE shows lack of empathy, says ADC. All right, more of that story is on page 3. The story on the Tax Act is on page 3 as well. And then the story on Obi lawmakers' obedience joining the ADC on December 31 is also on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. All right. So from the Guardian, we're still on the Guardian really. Okay, we've got the story. It says oversight concerns as assemblies hastily pass 34.63 trillion naira budgets. That story is on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. And it says states approved 2026 budgets in trillions of naira. All right. And then you can see the statistical analysis of these hastily passed 34.63 trillion naira budgets on the Guardian. You want more of these stories, get a copy of the Guardian today. And of course, you learn more and know more and be more informed in terms of how some of these things work. Okay, we still have this story there. It's on page 6 as well. FG6 to calm markets as US airstrikes test sovereignty and economy. All right. Now, on this US strikes, when you look at the stories that have been out there, the US came with a claim of Christian genocide in Nigeria. That informed this action. All right. On the flip side, those who are commenting on it are saying, you know, using that narrative could cause religious tension, ethnic tension, and all of that in the country. But if you look at the issue critically, you come to the conclusion that whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Muslim, you are first a Nigerian. And if that is the situation, we have heard some of the comments and analysis from various individuals on this issue, that the terrorists, the bandits, they attack Christians, they attack Muslims, they destroy churches, they destroy mosques as well, even though there are those who are saying the attack and the slaughtering of Christians is more. So we are all on the same page, which means whether you're a Christian or you're a Muslim, we have a common enemy, all right? Who is the common enemy now? The terrorists, the bandits, the kidnappers, the murderers, the robbers, and what have you. So whatever action is taken to destroy this common enemy, I think it's a right step in the right direction that needs to be supported. Okay, we've got Dr. Dan back with us. Dr. Dan, good to have you back with us again on the program. So we're looking at the Guardian newspaper now. We've got very interesting stories there. Atiku is saying the Gazetted Tax Act is illegal and that it amounts to forgery. And then the ADC is saying Tinubu's trip to Europe, UAE shows lack of empathy over the undercurrents of Zamfara attacks. And then Obi lawmakers' obedience set to join the ADC on the 31st of December. And then you also have this huge headline there. It says oversight concerns as assemblies hastily pass 34.63 trillion naira budgets. States approved 2026 budget in trillions of naira. And maybe I just read an excerpt of that story. It says, at the state level, elected lawmakers have turned budget appropriation sessions into mere rituals, adopting the proposals as transmitted by the governors. In some cases, the budgets were passed in 24 hours, leaving no time for the members to study and fully understand the spending priorities of their states. This should be a concern to the average Nigerian. And still on Guardian, it says FG seeks to calm markets as US strikes test sovereignty and economy. And then we've got this on airlines agencies fear low patronage as US visa ban begins January 1. Pro-Tinubu chants won't secure second term, Wike tells Fubara. Pro-Tinubu chants won't secure second term, Wike tells Fubara. In other words, joining the APC or defecting to the APC is not going to guarantee Fubara a second term. So another war is looming in Rivers State. And then we've got this one. FG withheld 20 billion naira Ibadan explosion aid over refusal to pay bribe. And 34 out of 62 lawyers failed integrity test, disqualified from High Court judges' race. Interesting stories we've got on the Guardian. Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan, are you there with us? Okay, again, we've not been able to establish that connection with Dr. Dan, so we'll just move up quickly with the other dailies. Okay, we'll go to The Nation now. Let's see what the top stories are on The Nation newspaper. On The Nation newspaper.
Yeah, I was saying that if you look at what is happening in many states, it is not that the honorable members are not aware or are not scrutinizing the budget, but they lack the willpower to compel the governors to take action. Why is it like that? The selection of the honorable members, I use the word selection, even from the party primaries, is at the discretion of the governor. The governor look for men and women who will do his bidding. I don't want to be specific with about Edo. I have a credible information that some of the honorable members studied the past budget, the 2025 budget. Having looked at the budget, they felt the level of performance was restricted to just an area. And a honorable member told the speaker, allegedly, that there's no point debating the budget because they're already working from the answer to the question. This is the same thing with all state houses of assembly. My fear about the way we are running our democracy is that we're going to get to a point where the two will backfire against all of us. Those who ought to be thinking right, those who are in the vanguard of scrutinizing this system, because of the lure of money, activists, social crusaders are now joining the political class so that they can benefit from the booty. The resultant effect is that nobody is checking the system. And a system that is not checked creates room for corruption and all manner of shenanigans. As for the tax law, one question we are not asking ourselves as a people is that this government has borrowed humongous amount of money. Can we point to the specific projects these monies were spent for? If we have evidence that the money borrowed from multilateral organizations for specific projects are executed, we'll be thinking right. How can the National Assembly wake up and a law they passed, in the process of gazetting, certain provisions are added to it without them knowing? It took whistleblowers, individuals who scrutinized the document critically to raise the observation. I recall that when the chairman of the Committee on Tax Reforms was called into one of the television stations, he was not specific. What he said is that it was what was handed over to him. Should we wait for this as a people, instead of the leadership of the National Assembly to take proactive steps to demand for accountability? There is a level of quietness on the part of the National Assembly leadership. It is people from outside that are raising observation and questions. If the National Assembly will not take appropriate action on this, it means the allegations that some of them were giving some amount of money is actually true. Should we continue like this as a people? Dr. Sonny, where we are driving with our political system Instead of us to evolve to a state where we have a better system, we're rather retrogressing. And it's very unfortunate for us as a people. We cannot continue like this. The reality of governance is that we are failing in all aspects. If we don't do what is right and stem the tide, I'm afraid in the next few years, the political system will collapse on all of us.
Okay, let's thank you, Dr. Dan. Let's look at what we have on the Nation newspaper. Interesting stories as well. The top story there on page 2 says, why Akume earlier feud should be settled by president. And then on page 3 as well, we've got this one. It says, Tinubu in Europe, en route business summit in Abu Dhabi. All right, 2025 business outlook. You see some of those sectoral reviews on page 13 to 20. And Chile challenges Eagles ahead knockout stage. Super Eagles doing so well in the Nations Cup. We hope they can give us something to cheer about from the AFCON 2025 since they missed out in the World Cup. Okay, Makinde Fayose in Rio. Over 50 billion naira federal government's cash support for Ibadan blast victims. All right, Makinde Fayose in Rio. Over 50 billion naira field government's cash. Federal government's cash support, for Ibadan blast victims. All right, that's on page 2 as well. And then on the economy, which is the big story there, Tinubu's economic reforms developing Nasarawa, says Governor Sule on page 4. Edo economy remains stable despite airstrikes in Sokoto. Every effort to safeguard Nigerians is pro-growth, pro-investment. But unfortunately, we heard recently that some component part of Wale Edo's ministry has been taken away from him over comments that he made recently about the revenue expectation. In an interview, he said, well, we didn't even meet up to the expectations in projections for revenue, whereas the government has been saying revenue targets were exceeded, and that has come with some consequences. Quite unfortunate. Okay, we've got the story. NJC shortlists 28 for appointment as Federal High Court judges. More on these stories. We've got a copy of the Nation newspaper. Okay, we have 2027. Why SDP rejected coalition talks to wrest power from Tinubu by Adebayo is on page 4. Dr. Dan, over to you.
Well, the first headline you raised was the problem between Alia and SGF. The politics of prebendalism has remained an issue in our national life, where a political godfather picks a godson and say, you run the governorship race and become the governor of the state. But at the end of the day, the godfather expects the godson to serve him in all aspects. And when the terms of agreement can no longer hold, problems always arise, from Rivers to Benue, and almost all the states of the Federation where you had strong political godfathers and anointed godsons. Well, those who are calling for peace between both of them is for the good of their state. But one of the questions we should ask ourselves, what is the basis of the disagreement? Is it with reference to governance or accountability? Or that remittances are not given to the godfathers? That is a question that those who probe into this issue should answer. Having said that, it is worrisome that lawyers who choose to apply to be judges of the High Court, the story is that a sizable number of them were disqualified on the basis of integrity. So if a man who wants to be a judge lacks integrity, you're asking yourself, this already polluted justice system, if you bring men or women of such caliber into the system, you're going to have a worse scenario for our judicial system. For those who are able to screen the individuals and say, these ones lack integrity on the basis of their long years of practice, these ones are okay, let's begin to believe that we'll have a gleam of hope that we will have a judicial system that works for all. Now, as for Wale Edu, you recall that when he made that statement, he came with an unprepared speech for a television interview, and unfortunately, because the facts were not there, and he had a summary of what the facts were, he told the team that the government did not meet revenue projection. Honestly, when I saw the story initially, I recall that in September or so, they were already saying that they met revenue projection. The propagandists in Aso Rock are the one coming up with the stories that the economy is doing well. And sometimes when they do all of this, they fail to realize that we have critical thinkers in this country. If the economy has met its revenue projection, why are we still borrowing to fund the budget? That is the question the propagandists fail to answer. We cannot continue to deceive Nigerians, hoping that by telling the same lies again and again, we'll come to believe them. What questions we should ask is, why do we raise very high budget that we cannot fund when the revenues are not there? Imagine, for the past how many years, we have been paying back loans from our revenue earnings. If the budget was made based on our earning capacity, you shrink the budget, take on specific projects. But what we do as a people is that we initiate 20 projects. The one the former government initiated, we abandon those projects. I want to do our own fresh project to say, this is what this president did. And at the end of the day, he is unable to complete the projects. If you travel around this country, you see a lot of abandoned projects. Simple road projects of not more than 100 kilometers, we cannot complete them in 5 years. So sometimes I ask myself, do we really have people who think in government? If we don't have people who think, is it that these people don't know how to think or they don't know how to act? One state that I respect in Nigeria is Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom state, in spite of the differences in political orientation of the different leaders they've had continuity in project implementation. They had a master plan from Matati Day that they are working on. And if you go to that state, you see the level of progress they have made over the years. In many other states, this governor will say, I want to start my own project. That one wants to start his own project. At the end of the day, they are unable to complete anything. Dr. Sonny, the reality of our system is that we need a third force that will put the government on its toes so that basic things about governance, at least we can get right. You have a plan, you cannot execute the plan. You borrow humongous amount of money, you end up looting that amount of money. How do you make progress as a people? We need a third force really that will put the government on its toes. My take on the papers.
All right, thank you. Let's quickly run through the Nigerian Tribune. It says, Nigeria not at war, Finance Ministry reassures investors. You get that story on page 6. And then there's this row between Governor Seyi Makinde of Ibadan and of Oyo State, and of course, Ayo Fayose. And Seyi is saying, on the Bodija explosion, FG promised 50 billion naira, released 30 billion naira, withheld 20 billion naira. All right? And then Atiku demands fresh legislative process for tax laws. 34 lawyers fail integrity test for appointment to Federal High Court bench. More on these stories on the Nigerian Tribune. And we've got this zoning. ADC keeps Atiku Obi Amici waiting. All right? And then NNPCL, no longer regulator of oil industry, Ojulari declares. Dr. Da, what are your perspectives?
Yeah, I have purposely left the Fayose Seyi's feud till this point. You recall that both of them were friends. But you know, politicians, if the game is not working in the direction of either party, they float what you call trial balloons in political communication. What are trial balloons? Each of them is presenting narrative before the media to gain public sympathy or favor. In this case, if you follow the story you have just read, it's an established fact that the federal government promised 50 billion. And like Seyi said, only 30 billion was released and the remaining 20 is yet to be released. So if you look at it critically, Fayose is right in saying the government gave 50 billion. But from what Makinde has said, only 30 was released, and the remaining 20 has not been released. That may be tied to the political alignment and realignment they have been talking about. Think about this. If the 50 billion was meant to assuage the plight of those who were victims of the explosion, why do we need political alignment calculation before such monies can be released? Which will mean, in the first instance, the sincerity of purpose in the release of that money was not really clear. It was a bit tied to politics. If indeed government was interested in helping victims of that disaster, I don't know why the money has been delayed up till now. Fayose and Makinde have been friends, but you know, politicians like to engage in mudslinging. And Fayose felt, Makinde felt, Fayose has not been consistent in the way he addresses issues, and that he's not ready to deal with a character like him. If you also listen to what Wike said if Makinde told him that if Fayose will remain a friend of Wike, Makinde will no longer associate with Wike. You realize that it is a character issue here. Fayose will need to go back to the basis of this trajectory or narratives around him to ask himself, the presentation you have made and the reaction of this individual, is it not about your character that is in question here? But Nigeria being Nigerians, we are not concerned about their politics. All of them are fighting for self-interest and political preservation. That is not what Nigerians need at this time. What Nigerians need are individuals who can offer service that will better the lives of Nigerians. As for the other headline that kept recording with reference to the judges, young men and women, I had a long philosophical conversation with a friend day before yesterday on the state of our nation. And the guy said it's part of our evolution. And I was wondering, in the past, you had men who stood for integrity. Today, what we have is individuals who worship money, who boast about their material wealth, not the values they bring to the society. Because of this nature, people now see a political position, judicial positions as avenue where they can amass wealth quickly to their advantage. Who will drive the political orientation needed for the society? NOA that ought to do this job, they are not doing their job. The Ministry of Information, the Cultural Ministry, they are not doing their job. So there is a complete breakdown of those critical sectors that ought to put this country on the right track. And since there is a mad rush for material acquisition, nobody is listening to anybody. The only voice that all of us are listening to now is the voice of money. And it's very unfortunate we cannot succeed as a society if we continue on this trajectory. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Dan, thank you very much. And just before you go, let me get your perspectives and thinking along the lines of an incident that happened yesterday where the highly respected Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki was attacked by a mob, by some youths, and they were so dehumanized. He was stripped naked, dragged across the streets of Benin City, and all of that. I don't know if you follow that story. What you make of it? Because this seeming, trend of mob action, gangsterism is becoming so prevalent and common in the state today. I'd like to get your perspectives on this.
Yes, I condemn that action in totality. If you follow what has happened, the argument is that Don Pedro insulted the Royal Palace of Benin while he was in London. I am asking myself one question. If the man, funny enough, Don Pedro is the chief of the palace, he's an enogi of a community around the local government area of Edo State. If somebody of his caliber commits such an offense, does the palace not have mechanism of discipline with its chiefs? Why they resort to thuggery? You recall that this same thing happened when the opening of MOA was to take place. This same set of thugs were the ones that were sent to disrupt MOA. If you follow the conversation and narratives on social media, Anybody that spoke against either the activities of the palace or the way certain issues have been managed in the state, there is this boasting on social media that anytime they are cited in the state, they will be dealt with. And that is exactly what they have done to Don Pedro. The police is culpable in this. When the man was dragged all the way from Uwa, the videos were already trending. Or to the point where he was taken to the palace, and the palace now insisted that he should be taken to the police station. The question you ask yourself is, which offense did he commit? Don't forget, the commissioner of police from the report visited him in the police station about 2 or 3 times before he finally ordered his release. What offense did he commit in the first place? The police that ought to be the custodian of individuals' rights, when the way, looking the other way, if they continue in this, the cycle of violence you find in this state will not stop. These young men who carried out this action are well known. Rather than taking action, rather than get them arrested, it appears that they have special protection from those in state authority. Society that promotes hooliganism, thuggery, is not a civil society. Such a society is in a Hobbesian state, the state of nature, where those who are strong will always oppress the poor. And we cannot continue like this. I condemn this action in totality. Don Pedro is a personal friend. We share ideas about what can make this society better. Rather than helping this society, we take to the path of violence. It is not good for our society, and I urge the Commissioner of Police to arrest the individuals who humiliated a man of his caliber. The best I know is that there's free speech. If a man abuses you, you have a right to abuse him back, rather than take it to self-help. Is what the law frowns against. The governor of the state.
Dr. Dan, I'm deeply concerned by the seeming situation wherein these young guys, they have now made themselves to become the accuser, the prosecutor, the counsel, and the judge. What gives them that, effrontery to act in this stead is still something of a huge concern. And if you watch that video clearly, you'll find the point they got to the palace. And the palace chief who responded to them said, this is the period of ceremony. This is a period of merrymaking. People are happy. People are celebrating. We don't want crisis in the land. So, in a sense, the palace has dissociated itself from this action by these young men. And where we have this kind of situation wherein people now arrogate powers to themselves to designate certain people as being the Oba's enemy and not the Oba's. It is the revered monarch who has that authority, that prerogative to so designate anyone who has run foul of the laws of the land as an enemy. Until that happens, these young people, these youths who have not constituted themselves into some sort of authority, do they have that liberty to do so? And I also heard you saying that the security agents are culpable in this matter. I mean, if someone of Dr. Pedro's status could be taken from Uwa, forced to march around, that long length of road until he got to the palace or got to the police station. So anything could have happened along the way. And I mean, I'm just concerned. I'm really, really concerned that we've gotten to this level where people will just arrogate powers to themselves. They will execute those powers in broad daylight, even in presence of security agents, and then we're here.
What I will say is that this have state backing. Look at the individuals on that video. If you can get the pictures of those in the Moa case, these same individuals were the individuals involved. The summary of all of it is that they are backed by the state. What many of these people fail to realize is that you don't build a society on violence. You don't build a society on thuggery. You end up chasing the wise men, the civil individuals who can bring investment into the society to play. I watched a video of one of your staff that was posted on social media, Sydney Shaka, about a man whose fence, because of the heavy flooding in the area, the fence fell, and the man wanted to redo the fence, and they asked him to pay 500,000 for the evaluation of his land. He has stayed for 10 years. But who will listen to that man? Will the police be ready to protect the man? We are pushing our society to a state of lawlessness. And those in power, you know, this is a preparation to what we are going to see in 2027. They are boldly individuals. What you are going to see is that if you speak against the ruling party, the ruling government, they will send these individuals after you, and you will be beaten up just to silence you. Should we continue like this? Should we continue like this? I imagine the trauma the Pedro would have gone through since yesterday till now. A man who has produced films to promote the Benin culture, the man who has spoken well about the Benin culture. Those who want to go into politics, in politics, there are bound to be political disagreement. And what I've found very funny, this dealing with Pedro is a product of the fact that he aligns with his cousin, former governor of the state, Godwin Obaseki. And that is why any individual associated with him, there's a deliberate attempt to say they will deal with him or her. What is the genesis of all of these issues? It's about the governance of the state, the governance of the society. If we want the society to be good for all of us, why don't we obey the laws of the land? Laws are made for the benefit of the individuals, for the benefit of society, so that we will have a system that works for all. Every now and then, once there's a little disagreement, young men are recruited to deal with the individuals. And unfortunately, the young men are not thinking about their future. They have allowed these individuals who are urging them on to continue in the lifestyle they've lived over the years. They will raise children in the same trajectory. And you have people who are hooligans. You cannot drive fully on the street. You cannot express your mind about any issue. And we want to say, this is the type of Edo state we want. The state government will come out and tell you now that they have no hand in it. But will they deal with the individuals that were involved? Will you get them arrested and try them for their action? Like I said, the preparation towards 2027, their plan is to continue to harass individuals that speak against the government or those in authorities. I expect the spokesperson of the palace to call the individuals who are involved in this. If people speak against the king or the palace, the spokesman of the palace or the spokesman of the palace is in a position to react that this is not what the palace represents. But we keep quiet over all of this. Statements have not been issued after almost 24 hours after this incident. I will continue to live. Watch the way they remove his jersey, stripped him naked because they want to prove a point or they want to humiliate him. I honestly pray that the governor of the state will listen to the voice of reasoning and insist that thuggery should stop in this state. If it does not stop, 2028 will come and the reality of our Edo politics will play out. Those who understand the way we behave as a people, we are not people that can easily be swayed to one direction. We are reasonable, we are civil people, we are civilized, we are educated people, we are not barbaric. So those in authority should get these individuals arrested and silence their actions. We must have a society that works for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danny Haravo, for the shared perspectives on this issue that is of global concern. I said earlier when we had the short conversation with my colleagues here in the studio, in my interaction with the European ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, he was very specific that when you have this kind of scenario, it's going to be very difficult for you to attract foreign investors. And I may be right, I may be wrong, except we have the facts there to establish, that issue. What is the current state of the foreign direct investment into Edo State? And his concern was in that direction, When you create that kind of atmosphere of fear, atmosphere of violence, banditry, brigandage, like we're seeing today, where thugs are having a field day, molesting people, harassing people, beating people, slapping people, kicking people, and doing all kinds of stuff, foreign investors will definitely be scared, and they will be distracted, disinterested in coming to invest in your state. And when that continues for a long time, the government of the state is also going to be held accountable. Like you mentioned, voters in Edo State have a way of thinking, have a way of reasoning. They don't really just follow one direction. When the time comes, they will respond to you based on their perception of the quality of leadership that you have provided. That is why it's important that this matter should not be swept under the carpet. Those responsible for this dastardly act should be brought to justice. The police command in Edo State must do something about this and get those involved brought to justice. They don't have any right whatsoever to take the laws into their hands. Take the laws into their hands, and they're so dehumanized. A highly respected cultural ambassador like Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki, who has been at the forefront in promoting Edo culture, traditions, and custom in every opportunity that he's had. To be so dehumanized, it means nobody is safe. It also means, I ask the question, who is next? Who is going to be the next of this kind of inhuman treatment? Only time will tell. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that the authorities in charge will look at this issue dispassionately and give it adequate attention for the perpetrators to be brought to book. We'll take a short break. When we return, Abuja Network Studio will be taking over on TMI on the ITV network. Please stay tuned.
All right, you're still watching the program this morning on ITV. Of course, it's now time for us to look at issues that have to do with security. Of course, if you've been following the media, you understand that at the weekend of a few hours ago, there were some persons who have been drafted into the security architecture of the country as the forest guard. About 7,000 of them graduated at the weekend, and they'll be drawn into the current fights against insurgency, especially at where we normally term as ungoverned areas, which are the forests and those places where most Nigerians feel that is the hiding that's the hiding point for criminals, especially bandits and insurgents. On Christmas Day morning, we got good cheering news from the United States that some elements of those elements that we tag enemies of the country were targeted, and most Nigerians say, well, it's a good one. But so others are still feeling that the intervention of the U.S. is against the sovereignty of a country as big as Nigeria. But that's not our major concern. We'll be looking at the issue of security generally and the recruitment of the service guard. But we have a very, very formidable that has been trying their best. The corporate office now to see how they assist the government. In security, I'm talking about the Nigerian Forest Service. Forest Service.
Nigeria Forest Security Service.
Thank you for correcting me. I have the Controller General of Nigeria Forest Security Service here in the studio, Joshua Osatini. A very good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Well, let me take you on the insecurity generally before we look at the issue of discussion. It's 2025. Many persons said this year Christmas is one without any attack on any of the churches. Some persons are attributing it to the bombardment by the United States on the terrorist camp on the 24th. I don't know whether you had that thought also.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Once again, good morning, Nigeria. I think I do say it that in everything in governance, it's all about leadership. That is why we Nigerians need to continue to pray and support this present administration under the leadership of our president. Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you know, when you see the body language presidency, right from inception, you know that is as a zero tolerance to insecurity. And that is what we are seeing now in the last celebration. And I believe it's as a result of the proactive mayor of the government and all the security chiefs, the NSA, they have been on top of the game for months. I know they will have issues. There are bound to be issue of kidnapping, action, banditry, and the rest. But with the coming up of all the new service chiefs and the support of the governors across the country with the presidency, I believe the new Nigeria that we are expecting is about to be given back to. And
in other sense,
yes, we are moving in the right direction now.
Okay, let's look at the service of the forest service. Let's begin with your own organization. Even though at the weekend we saw the graduation of about 7,000 into the security architecture. We've followed your contribution for quite some time now through our own defense correspondent. We've seen what you've done so far. Give us your own take of what you feel is the problem, especially the ungoverned space that we talked about, where your men are also concentrating, ensuring that we dismantle these criminal elements.
Yeah, thank you. I think I said it now. I said with the body language of Mr. President, you know that there is no hiding place for criminals. And that is what led to the approval of Mr. President for the establishment of Forest Guard. And as it is today, we all watch it over the news that 7,000 have gone for training and they have come back. You know, I do say this, that this will be the best government in history of this country so far, it's the return of the news of democracy. And thank God that we have somebody like Malam Nuru Ribado, NSA, is on top of the game. Because without his, how this, what we are saying today, the issue of Forest Guard initiative would have been realized. I said there is a huge gap in the national security, which is the forested security. And for government to have also understood and reasoned with what our advocacy for this approval, I think is a big achievement. And we need to commend Mr. President for that and all the security chiefs. Because when you are talking about the forest security, they are the one in charge of the area in our country. Nigeria, for example, have a total of 92 million hectares, and the forested area is about 9.1. Meaning that if Nigeria is divided in 9 portions today, 1/9 of it constitute the forest, and this forest has been left open, unprotected, unsecure, ungoverned for years. So with this administration now see huge gap that are really affecting our national security, I think is highly commendable.
Is the number sufficient? Looking at the huge
forest? You know, it's going to be graduated, and I tell as I'm telling you now that more than 4,000 are already in the trade. By January, many are still coming up. You know, it's a gradual submission, and you have the size of the training schools, the colleges, and the rest. But I'm assuring you, with this initiative, I believe we will serve as a first responders, first line of defense in every community. Because this is how this forest guard are being drawn. Before you can be enlisted and go for training, you must be able to make sure the number of forest reserve in your state. For example, if you are from Enugu, Enugu has 70 local government with 20 forest reserve. And there is a volatile forest hotspot in Enugu, about 9 of it. So you should be able to mention 1 out of these 9. And the forest leakages, you must be able to know. So the NSA have done justice, have done a very great job by identifying this gap. And I'm asking you that the issue of overstressing the military and the police now will be reduced, because this forest guard will be empowered to carry arms, so they can even defend without calling on the police or the military. But if they know that the power is much, that is when they can be called upon. And you can see that everybody be professionalized in their own field.
I was actually coming to the mode of operation of the forest guard, which you rightly mentioned. They've been trained front guard for information gathering, especially when it comes to intelligence. But let's look at the issue of recruitment again. You said those who are recruited must have pure knowledge of
the local terrain
they have.
And
do you think that is what is obtainable? Because we know that in recruitment in Nigeria, it's always who know who, and we get the right person.
This system of recruitment is different from normal conventional policing. This is a local-based security network. You will be recruited where you live. Okay. You work where you are living, so that you must be able to know all the forests in your area interlinked, all the nautical miles of the forest in your state. So, and before you can be recruited, the traditional institution in your local government or in your state must be able to say 1 or 2 things. There's a column that you will sign, that the traditional institution or the traditional ruler will sign, the DPO and DSS. So these 3 people, there's no way you can circumvent your way out of them. So one of them must be able to know whom you are. And you must live, you must have lived there for at least nothing less than 5 years. So these are the basic requirements for you to be recruited or enlisted.
And you're saying that these persons cannot be channeled by, just like the issue of state policing, why Nigerians are saying, look, it is not right for states to have their own state policing. Do you think the issue of forest guard, since you said you must have...
yes, I do say it that I said with the coming up of a forest guard, I believe Nigeria doesn't need any state police, because as a forest guard or forester, you are to be present at your locality at any point in time. With this, if there is any threat or danger, you are the first line of defense in that community, and that is what we mean by state police. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And the community, our community has been overcrowded with a security agency. We have the police, we have the DSL, we have the civil defense, we have NIA and DIA, Road Safety, Immigration, NDLA, all within the town. It's only the forested area that is left ungoverned. So coming up of forest security, it will go a long way to close the gap, so that there will be interagency collaboration, interagency synergy. So with this, I believe Nigeria doesn't need state police. Indirectly, the president and the NA and practically introduce state policing. You understand? Initially across the state, because if 130,000 forest guard will be recruited and deployed to all our various forests, and with the number of forest terrain, they say Nigeria were 1,100 forest reserve, 9 game reserve, national park, and we also have 417 grazing reserve that span across 21 local government. So if about 130,000 men are being injected into the forest, definitely they sanitize the forest. You can look at the body language and the word of NSA. It's say after degradation, you do immediately. And that we call regional Kobe. As you are Kobe southeast, you are Kobe northwest. Northeast, southwest. So you deradicalize them, you destabilize them from their base. From there, we now do what we call forest retention. So the logic and the strategy is already on ground. I will be limited to our operation now because I'm on air. But I'm assuring you, with this, what Mr. President at the NSA have done, I think in couple of
I think that Nigerians will be expecting so much from
yes, and I'm assuring you that.
Let's take our minds back to some of the activities you've done so far as the NFSS. What are some of those major achievements you feel that Nigeria should look at for the year 2025 as we go forward? Because I know...
Is it our past success story?
Past story that will make Nigerians have confidence in the security guards.
Thank you. We have a lot, even, now it's not that we are coming up as a government agency. Before, we volunteer ourselves. Even as a volunteer, with our little capacity, we have recorded a lot of success. When you go to Bauchi Northeast, more than 800 of our members have been working with the Governor Bala Mohammed for the past 6 years. And when you look at Bauchi State, it's relatively calm among the Northeast. So we are the one securing the forest. And let me tell you one major achievement that was achieved this year and last year. When there's, last year there is a kidnapping issues that happened in Osara University in Kogi State. We are the one that went after them to recover those students in collaboration with the military. And by now, we lack power. If we synergize or we collaborate with the military or the police and go to media and say this is what we have done, because they are the father of security. Do you understand what I'm saying? But by the time we are autonomous now, definitely we can do all this by ourselves and make report. But I'm telling you that we have done a lot. In Kogi State, about 50 of our members in each local government are working with the governor of Kogi. And Kogi has 21 local government. Meaning that's 50 times 21, that's 1,050. We are the one. The incident that happened in us made governor to commission 1,050 of our members. In Badagiri area, February, there was a kidnapper or the kidnapping issue that took place there. We are the one that went after, were able to arrest out of this 21 kidnapper in DC. And as I talk to you now, the governor of Lagos State has commissioned about 405 of our members that are working with the governor of Lagos State. Also in Southeast, about 2,600 youth have been recruited into this organization by the executive governor of Ebonyi State. It's because of what we did. There are the local government. There's a forest there that our people detected over 600 scores, human score. This motivated the governor that if we can do this without being a power, he gave us more than 500 of our members, they have salary there. But we pay for their recruitment and train them 200 in a boy. And so many others like that. And one notable one, again, there was a time there was a bomb blast, or maybe they bomb the railway corridor, the train that is going from Kaduna from Abuja to Kaduna. The Ministry of Transportation has engaged 100 of our members on teleguided movement there. We are the one working with the military to get intelligent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sokoto Samfara, from there you enter Katsina, from there Jigawa, Kano, Jigawa, from there you can enter Borno State. You can see the interlink. All these interlinkages, we have men on ground.
Okay, I know time will not permit us to go beyond but let's look at 2026. Already we ended the year 2025, although there were some hands full of just a very few attacks in some states, especially the Borno Mosque attack where we had just few persons died. But a light is a light. But your projection for 2026, what should we be expecting?
Yeah, I project a better year ahead, better than 2025. And in Yoruba, they say, if Sunday will be good, you know it from Saturday. And with what you are seeing now this December, with the body language of Mr. President and the NSA proactiveness, you should know that Nigeria should expect a better year, 2026, especially in area of security and criminality within the forested zone. I'm assuring Nigeria that both either within Nigeria or outside Nigeria, they should come home and come and invest. Mr. President is on top of the game. He's ready to curb and to reduce criminality to barest minimum. I'm assuring Nigeria the 2026 is going to be more prosperous and more secure than 2025.
All right, I must thank you so much, the Commandant General, Nigerian Forest Security Service, Joshua Osatime. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you. You're welcome. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be joining our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program.
Many thanks for staying with us. We're still on CMI this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unkwo, and our guest this morning that will be helping us analyze today's topic is, hello, good morning.
Good morning, Marcelina. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Give God glory for being alive.
Thank you so much for coming, Bishop.
Thank you.
Okay, this beautiful morning, we'll be talking about one of the biggest political talking points today is a recent U.S.-backed military strike against ISIS-linked militant camp in Sokoto State. You know, earlier on, President Donald Trump publicly announced the strike and framed them as aimed at countering militants targeting Christians. The Nigerian government authorized the strike, which was carried out with the U.S. support as part of the ongoing counter-terrorism efforts in the Northwest. This has sparked widespread debate domestically about sovereignty, security, strategy, and communication from the federal government. Some sees it as decisive action against extremist group that Nigerian security forces have struggled to contain, while the Sokoto Authority in Kan has also seen this as a renewed focus on eliminating militant base. Bishop Oshodi, you know, this particular topic has been trending. The fact that Trump came out earlier, you know, he has been talking about the Christian genocide, and all of a sudden, December 25th, on Christmas Day, he came out to announce that he has sent a strike has been made in Sokoto State. And we also saw that some of all these bandits, they got the information and they're relocating out of the place that they are. They're relocated out, and a lot of persons are in support of what the U.S. is doing, saying that since our own government, you know, is not doing it, it's not like they're not doing anything. I mean, they're not doing much on the insecurity issue in the country. And now that the U.S. is in, so persons are in support, while a lot of persons are not in support. What is your take?
All right, to start with, let me, a point of correction. I'm apostle, I'm not bishop.
Apostle.
Apostle Jerry.
Yeah.
Fully, I'm in support of the American intervention.
Okay.
All right. Then, like what I used to say, with that cause, there is no effect. You understand? America intervention, I want America to go wide. If really they want to help Nigeria in this issue of insecurity. You see, insecurity in the sense, we need to look at insecurity from different dimensions. One, we're talking of the insurgents, the terrorists at the bush. We have insecurity at the government house. And that is why it looks as if Nigeria government, not it looks as if Nigeria government were not concerned if Nigeria were being killed. Yeah, because whether they like it or not, they are involved. Ask me how.
How?
Oh, good. Let me take not too long. 2023. Nigeria's soul were kidnapped by the people in government. And how did they do this? They use some of these boys we call insurgent today as an instrument. So now it looks as if they are governing us, the people they kidnap from the state house, while the insurgent, the people they used to get to the office, are governing us from the bush. So you will agree with me that both of them, they work together. That is why it looks as if a village is attacked, the government of Nigeria will not be concerned. The president will travel. If you will hear that there was a bomb blast in one village or the other, entire village was wiped out in the morning. Before evening, the president will travel. Not even because they are working hand in hand. These were their products. These people are governing us from the bush, and they are governing us from the state house. All right. So if America is coming, well, I have to take a word from Trump that this is just a strike from the many that is coming. You understand? I believe this one is for the one at the bush, and they should also help us to save the soul of the nation from the one at the state house. Because that is where 2027 is at hand. If they finish these people at bush, by 2026, these politicians are going to recruit another Nigeria youth, weaponize them for them to get into the office, while these people will go back to the bush.
Wow.
So if we want to talk about insecurity or fight insecurity, we should look at it from the state house.
Okay, is it that most of those bandits, they're being given information? Because credible community leaders says that they noticed the movements as some hoodlums migrated in small numbers after the Christmas Day attack. Like they saw them relocating, these terrorists relocating from the bush that they actually were, you know, after the missile attack. Is it that, would you say that most of those terrorists, they're actually working with the government?
These questions have answered himself long ago. How? Let me give you an instance. When this president dispensation came into power, few weeks or few months before they came in, there was an issue in the Nigeria Delta area, states of Nigeria, where the military men were attacked. I think about 6 of them also were killed. And the state government ordered the military men to wipe out that community. Now, at the insurgent issue, these terrorists in the north, when somewhere few weeks or few months later also, such things occurred, repeat itself at the northern part, where I think Niger State, and the government said they should go and negotiate with these people. You understand? Who are they negotiating with? Are they spirits? So they are good friends. Just take, for instance, the school girls that were just kidnapped I think sometime November or September, thereabout. Few days later, we heard that they were released after negotiation.
Yeah, and it has got a lot of people talking. Why would they be negotiating?
That's what. So the negotiation issue is that they are co-partners. They work together. They understand their language. Who were the people that went there to negotiate with them? Were you one of them? No. They can't send you and they won't listen to you, or else they will even kidnap you. So they know themselves. Take this from me, man. Have there, before America stepped in, have there been any issues of kidnapping or being these people attacking village that the government were concerned? No. Shetima, we saw Shetima went to visit them just because America have said something. All this while they have been in office. All the ones that happen in George, all the ones that happen in Benue, all the ones that happen in this Sokoto, the Castinas and so many, then the, what they call Zamfara and so forth and so on. No one that the government has deemed it fit to visit and see what is happening. Even the one in Benue, they pretend to go. They went there for campaign. So, man, they should tell us the truth. I think if America want to help us, they should come and help us from the political insecurity.
Okay, thank you so much, Apostle Geraldson Oshedin. How do you assess the approval and coordination process between Nigeria and the U.S. for the strikes? Was Nigeria in full control, or did it hide operational leadership? You know, Nigeria, they were actually, you know, they accepted the fact that they had conversations. I mean, they knew all those things, and they accepted it. Well, how would you explain that?
Oh, good. Let's come this way. America, I will say this way, that America understands the issue of insecurity about Nigerians than we in Nigeria, apart from the government, who knows what they are doing. All right? And if America would have come and leave Nigeria in full support, don't forget that some of these Boko Harams are with the military men. So which means America would have aided them on by giving them on equipment. You understand? So what they just need to do is let's come to a neutral understanding. You understand? Come in support and let us help you. You will.
Targeting those he claimed were being accused of genocide against Christians. According to him, in his words, he said, Nigeria made a grave mistake by allowing foreign military involvement, arguing that terrorists do not fight terrorists in truth, but rather end up killing innocent people while pursuing hidden agendas. He warned that no nation should permit its territory to become a theater of war, allow foreign powers to turn its neighbor into enemies, adding that the U.S. involvement will attract anti-America forces to Nigeria. What would you have to say about that? I mean, we all know that Sheikh Gumi has not been in support. He has been the one negotiating, actually, with the bandits. He has not been in support with all those bandits, insecurity of oil and all of that.
Is the bridge between the federal government and the insurgents. This is a man that's supposed to have been lamenting in the prison in a country where there is justice and fairness. Who is this man called Gumi that have been negotiating? I think America should have even helped us to arrest this man. Hence the Nigerian government don't, because Nigerian government is their instrument. They can talk to him. You understand? They can't talk to him. Listen, man, if a young man in Nigeria today, they call the Yahoo boys, all right, in one of these villages, Yahoo anybody, DSS, EFCC in Abuja, we trace them down to the village and pick them up. The insurgent we kill, they will video it, show it, put it on social media. The DSS and EFCC and co will not be able to track them. They won't track them. But they can track Yahoo boys right there in the village. This insecurity is so wise, man. In this country, America should come out and save the soul of Nigeria from the state house. Listen and hear me well. Abacha said this still long ago, that if insurgents survive 24 hours, the government is involved.
If insurgents survive 24 hours, the government is involved.
And these people have been ruling us for over 15 years. And somebody is between the government and the insurgent negotiating on how.
I mean, apart from Sheikh Gumi, a lot of persons are not in support of this. Former PDP spokesman Shegun Shomi criticized the timing and effectiveness of this intervention in Nigerian terrorism crisis, that this is not the right timing. I mean, when is supposed to be the right timing?
Okay, let me tell you something. Go and check those who are not in support. They are all politicians. And they are the mother of this insecurity in this country. I've told you something, and I said, let America finish all these people at the bush. Come 2026, this politician will recruit another people from Senegal, from Ghana, from Mali, just for them to get to power, to kidnap the soul of this nation, Nigeria.
So what you're basically saying, Apostle Jeritan, is that most of those terrorists, they're not Nigerians. Because you just said they would recruit from
yes,
other
of course.
countries.
We have foreigners among them. We have foreigners among them. The late president of this nation, former president who is late now, we had it on the news that if he didn't come to power, dog will lick blood on the street. They went and recruited people from Niger and others. Thank God for Jonathan, who says that his ambition does not want the soul of a Nigeria, and quietly hand over to them. Listen and hear me, Westman. If we really, you see, when the righteous people, I blame this thing to our religious fathers and all, when the righteous people failed to do their right, the wicked will spend their money to get it up. You understand? You know what it takes them to recruit these people, equip them and empower them, use them during the elections, and when they now win and come to office, they leave these people at the bush. They work hand in hand. So if there is no understanding between them, they want for negotiation. And that is what they have been using grooming for. So the former PDP man that is saying it's not in support, that it's not the right time, I think he would have got to his turn before he knew it's the right time. Yeah. Because, you know, a man is painful. He would have got to his time before he knew. Maybe they would have kidnapped his wife or his children before he knew it's the right time. And people say in America, I thank them for coming out, but I say they're delayed.
A human rights lawyer, Fumi Falani, called Nigerians' insecurity situation shameful and embarrassing, arguing foreign involvement as federal leadership failures. Do you think it's federal leadership failures at this point?
Is it as failure? Is that not an understatement? You understand? Jonathan said something a few weeks ago, months ago, that it is difficult to wake somebody that sleeping, how do they call it? That somebody that is sleeping naturally, it's not difficult to wake him up. But when you form your sleep, it's difficult to wake them. You understand? Now, when you said that it's shameful to them, I said it's because number one, they knew what the cause of this problem of the insecurity. So they can't stop it because they were the one that brought them in. So they are part of the government. They are part of the government. If they are not part, listen, they will kill, they will video it, put it on social media with their face opened, and no one has been arrested. Now the same security men we have in Nigeria, the DSS, the EFCC, we go as far to villages and start picking Yahoo boys. Say they track them, but they can't track these people.
I mean, that have been, there have been a lot of speculations where people are saying that, okay, you go, especially this 130 guest that was actually rescued a few days back last week. You know, a lot of persons have been saying that, okay, you went there, rescued us, the students or those pupils and the teachers, and nobody was arrested, nobody was apprehended.
Who did they negotiate with? The animals in the bush? The negotiation was done in the government house. I just asked them, bring these people, my friend. You understand? The politicians, the people in the government today should be asked. America should help and save the soul of this nation. Election is coming again. Which kidnapping is as good as that? Snap it, snatch it, break their head and run away with it. Then when they do that, you go to the judiciary that's supposed to have defend the common man. The hope of the common man become the rope of the common man. You understand? And we tell you, look at what is happening in Edo State today now. They snapped it, they run away with it. Now they are in the office and their boys is in the street, terrorizing who is harassing them. Look at that man, they stuck naked yesterday. I was watching that video and I saw a policeman inside there.
Dr. Dan.
He could not do the petrol Baseki also. The policeman could not do anything. He was just walking along with them. Why? Because these people that is he harassing this man or insulting him is part of the government. They are ruling from the street while the government is ruling from the office. So if Edo State were given their heart, what they purchased, if it is what they were given, their vote were what they were giving to. I don't think this is such a thing. For good 8 years, Obaseki was in government. We didn't see such a thing, because that was the choice of these people. Now Edo State have just chosen. They force somebody. They kidnap Edo State, and look at what is happening now. Which insurgent is as great as that? So if we want to start fighting insecurity, we should fight it from the State House. We should fight it from Aso Rock. It's just like what the pastors are doing, my fellow pastor man. I said, this is a great time now. We have been casting out demons from churches, small demons. The great demons is in Aso Rock. And we are supporting them. Look at what is happening now. All the politicians, they're coming home for the first time. I start seeing on television, senators want this, share a bag of rice, share this, because they know election is coming. And as these people who go there to pick this thing, to collect this rice and all these things for them, never knew that they want to lure them into the forest. They are kidnappers.
Apostle Jerriton, do you think this airstrike like this have a lasting impact on extremist network, or are they only temporary tactical actions?
Yeah, if it will be an everlasting, we should look at the mothers, the source of this insecurity in this nation. If they just come this way and go back, it will trigger it more. You understand? Yeah, because in every cause, in every effect, there is a cause. And if you don't treat it from the cost, you have not done anything. America have not done anything. They just come to enlighten us, or to expose the government, or to tell Nigeria more that the government is involved. If America, far away from us, know where the insurgents hide and blacks them, then the Nigeria securities are folding their hand, telling us they don't know where they are. That is an exposure. They have exposed them, their weakness. You understand? So, but I'm begging on America, if Trump will have a way of hearing this from me, I want to beg him sincerely that he should stand firm to defend Nigeria politically, especially for this coming election 2025, and let the choice of Nigeria comes in one, because that is my faith. In Proverbs, Bible told me, if you wake up in the morning, there is peace, there is job opportunity, there is money in your pocket, food at home. He said it's because the righteous is on throne. But he said if you wake up in the morning, no money in the pocket, insecurity, injustice everywhere, no job opportunity, God said, I'm not also responsible. It's because you allowed the wicked to be on throne. If America want to help Nigeria to fight this insecurity, they should come to help us to bring the righteous to throne. And let's flush out these men that have sealed their heart with hot iron.
On the Daily's newspaper yesterday, we saw that the federal government graduates 7,000 forest guards, orders immediate deployments. What must Nigerian security do at this point to do differently to ensure sustainable peace and security after foreign-led strikes? Because, I mean, we are saying that the government, the president has started, first of all, he withdrew VIPs from security, we withdrew the security personnel from VIPs, and now he has graduated 7,000 forest guard, and he has ordered immediate deployment. What do you think?
To start with, withdrawing the security from personnel, is that even worth the issues? You should first of all equip them. You understand? We're not talking of personnel or not personnel. We're talking about Nigeria issue here. Irregardless of who your personality or your kind of thing. Recruiting these people, my dear, I will tell you that they just planted them to fight their enemies. Hear me well. If with this present administration, you will discover that come 2026, when campaign will be going on, the opposition will not have security men around them, but the one in the seat will have security men across them. Because he is going to order who and who the security men should follow. So if you are not with him, the security men will not be with you. Let's allow it. So he's to fight whatever he's doing, is to fight the enemy. Is to fight the enemy.
I mean, the issue of insecurity has been a major problem.
It's a major problem, and the mother of it all is the government, the people in power. You can't tell me that somebody will strike in one community and go scot-free. The same person will show the video where they are, put it on social media. These Yahoo boys does not video themselves. They don't do anything, but Nigeria Police, EFCC and co, DSS will track them. But the one that is obvious, they can't track them. Grooming walk across the street as one of the most... He go around with security. He goes around with security men. And they can't try to withdraw their men. No, it's not possible. Who are they going to, for personnel, who are they going to withdraw their personnel from? He's the enemy now. I mean, you don't trust Nigeria.
Some
yeah. If America do mistakes and say let them help Nigeria by giving them equipment, you will surprise that the militant, the terrorists will be using those equipment against our Nigerian armies. And then you begin to ask yourself, where are they getting this?
Instead of using it to fight the terrorists. Wow.
Instead of using that to fight the terrorists.
A lot of Nigerians at this point, Apostle Gerritsen Oshodi, a lot of Nigerians are confused or worried about the foreign military involvement. How do you think the government at this point can explain to these Nigerians?
Come again.
A lot of Nigerians are worried, are confused and worried about the foreign military involvement. You know, some persons coming out to say that is actually the U.S. are they supposed to come to Nigeria? Is it that the leaders of this country, I mean the leadership of this country, they don't know what they're supposed to do at the point? A lot of Nigerians are worried and are confused. How do you think the government can come out to tell them that, okay, because the government are in support of the strike, you know, how would they come out to explain that, okay, we are in support of this thing, we already, we're in support of what the U.S. they're actually doing? How do you think they can come out to explain to Nigerians?
Oh, good. You know, these things have gone too wide that the government can no longer hide it. You understand? Okay. It's just like a child. When you have a little child, there is an extent you can hide the child. Then if you get to a level of time, you can no longer hide him. He either raise a voice or he jump out from the house. This insecurity issue in Nigeria have gone wide that they could no longer hide it. And now it is obvious that the whole world is aware of it. That is why they are pretending support.
So the whole world was
Where's your president on holiday?
In Nigeria?
Have your president not gone on holidays when there is fire in his house? So if he's concerned about the citizen, he should have suspended whatever he's doing to make sure now that America is trying to help him, to make sure he put an end to it.
So you think our president is not concerned about
Or is he concerned? Have there been any time any of them in the government is concerned? I've told you earlier that there is an issue they will just kill. I know what happened in Benue when they wipe up the entire community. The following morning, in the afternoon, the president traveled. The following day, the vice president traveled. And the Senate president will tell you, let them go and kill themselves. We are enjoying ourselves here. Let them protest and whatever. They have never been any type of concern. Because they are part of them. Let's hold it that way.
So they're part of them. They're working together.
These people are the government in the bush, while the other one is a government in the state house.
So you don't see this whole issue of insecurity ending anytime soon?
I know it's going to end now that America comes in. That is why I'm begging America to extend this thing, to spread their hand. This insecurity, you see, insecurity, we are looking at it just kidnap. That's not only insecurity. Insecurity in an election where you vote, your result is torn. That is the highest one. America should spread their hand to help us for this coming election. You understand? Security. When people have to do what? Lack of it. The street now, every bus stop you see boys and girls full, not doing nothing, smoking, taking hard drugs. Then after that, what do you expect from them? Is to get a means to survive. Anybody can approach them, give them knife, give them gun, and promise them money. They want to survive.
All right, thank you so
America
much.
should please come down fully to help us. Plus, first of all, to wipe out these people in the system.
Okay, Apostle Geraldine Oshodi has believed that if the American government should come fully to help Nigerians, that the insecurity issue or insecurity level in the country would be tackled. Thank you very much,
God bless you,
Apostle Geraldine Oshodi.
Marcelina, it is well with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. All right, this is all we've got for you from our Lagos Network studio. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning on CMI. I am Marcelina Unkwa. Compliments of the season.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with the U.S. drone strike that has hit ISIS camps near Nigerian village on Christmas Day. Now, a U.S. airstrike on Christmas Day targeted 2 Islamic State-linked camps in Sokoto State's Bawoni Forest, linking and killing multiple foreign ISIS fighters with 16 precision-guided munitions from MQ-9 Reaper drones. President Trump announced the operation as vengeance against ISIS for killing innocent people, mainly Christians, while Nigeria's government called it a successful strike with no civilian deaths. Debris scattered into peaceful Jabo village, where locals like Suleiman Kagara insisted the area has no militant history, sparking online skepticism about the strike's accuracy. Now, let's get to see this video comment on the U.S. airstrike in Nigeria, and then we'll take other reactions. Our apologies for not bringing you that video comment. Now let's take other reactions from the social media space as regards this. Well, for the first comment, it goes along to say, Trump bombed Nigeria without consulting Congress and without explaining how this benefits our national security. He promised no foreign wars, and he keeps breaking that promise. That one is from U.S. Representative Frank Pallone. Let's see another comment. This next commenter says, they told you that the U.S. performed an airstrike in Sokoto, Nigeria, yet I am still looking for any evidence of a dead body of an ISIS member. If you have one, let's see it. That is one audacious question. Let's see the final comment as regards this particular one before we move forward. This commenter says, before the usual gaslighters and dirty liars start spinning false claims, and conspiracy stories. The action of the American government in dropping multiple airstrikes on terrorists in northwest Nigeria tonight was with the permission and at the invitation of the Nigerian government. This is just to make it clear. I know many of you barbaric lunatics on this app are undercover terror agents who will be saddened that your brother terrorists have been killed by a superior power tonight. That is Christmas Day, of course. There are no apologies. It goes on to say, this is an amazing, exceptional Christmas gift. Well, those are the comments as regards the U.S. precision airstrikes in Nigeria targeted as ISWAP and ISIS terrorists. Now let's get to see the next story that is trending on the social media space. This one is something that actually did form the crux of our conversation right here in the Benin Network Center, as a veteran broadcaster and Nollywood filmmaker was dragged naked through Benin streets over speech phrase. Now, the ordeal on December 28th stemmed from Obasaki's speech in London. Now, many view this assault as something that is not very good to see. Let's get to see the video and then we'll take some more reactions as regards it. Yes, so many view this act as barbaric, and you know, there's a lot of social media reactions as regards this one. Let's get to take some of these comments. The first commenter goes along to say, they do this to a man who stole nothing, yet watch politicians lose the present and future of their children without consequence. Absolute cowardice, and Monday Okwebulu is their governor. Let's see another comment. This commenter says, Nigerians' penchant for using violence to settle disputes remains deeply troubling. It's 2025, yet mob justice persists. In southern states like Edo, cases are rampant. This year, 16 Hausa hunters were lynched in Uromi over mere suspicion of criminal activity. That's that comment. Let's take the final comment as regards this one before we move on to our final story. This commenter says, this country cannot be saved. Everybody is defending dehumanization, even the educated. Well, those are the reactions that has been elicited by the social media space as regards that particular story. Now, for our final story, coming from the entertainment scene, we got to see Tiwa Savage cry over the weekend while performing her hit song, Somebody's Son. Yes, as you know, the social media space is talking about it. Let's first get to see this video, and then we'll take the reactions as regards it. Well, there you have it, a video of who I call the queen of Afrobeat performing her hit song, Somebody's Son, and then breaking into tears. A very vulnerable moment, if you ask me. While the social media space is reacting, let's get to see and hear what they're saying. This commenter says, I hope some young girls watching this can learn a lesson from Tiwa. What you're seeing in real time is a woman crying from the death of her earth due to not having a man she so desires. Social media likes cannot replace reality. Let's see another comment now. This other reaction says, there are a lot of words behind this emotion. The struggle to find love is real. May we find the partner we deserve. Now, the final comment as regards this story from the social media space, this reaction says, this is not actually funny. Tiwa must be going through a lot emotionally. At times, expectations don't come as anticipated. Those are the comments as regards Tiwa Savage breaking into tears while performing her hit song, Somebody's Son. And here's where we draw the curtain on TMI Socials today. Many thanks for staying tuned in. I am Chukufum Nanya Digo. We'll now take a short break before we finalize the program TMI on the ITV network. Stay tuned.
Just on the verge of wrapping up the program today, TMI on the ITV network. Of course, we've got a reaction from Dr. Pedro Obaseki, who was harassed, molested, and of course assaulted yesterday by a mob. And of course, he gave an account of what transpired while he was playing football at Uwa Primary School. We'll take a listen on the video, and then we'll be back in just a moment to call it a wrap on the show. It's better you hear it from the horse's mouth. We actually expected him here today, but I'm sure he's yet to recover from all the beatings, the bashing, and all the draggings, and the long walk, over 5 kilometers from Uwa to the King Square area where he was taken to yesterday. Let's take a listen.
I'm a little, I don't want to say very traumatized. At about 11:30, 28th of December at our primary school, and we were playing football. Immediately we finished the first half. The hoodlums, thugs, or I don't know, claiming or alleging that they were sent to come and take me to the palace. They invaded the place, some brandishing weapons, and dragged me about almost 5 kilometers from St. Joseph Catholic Church, where we have our primary school. Beat me, stripped me naked, and paraded me on the streets of Benin, along Akbava, took me first to the Holy Arosa Church, and then dragged me through Ring Road to the palace. Beating me, stripped me naked, and I say naked, like naked, to the extent they tore my underpants. So I got there, and the allegation was that I was in an event in London where I spoke to Edo people, and that at the end of my speaking, I said Edo Ratokbe, meaning may Edo people live long, instead of me saying Oba Ratokbe, may Oba live long. I have absolutely no altercation with the palace. I've been a purveyor of the culture of my people ever since 1989, when I first wrote some of my stuff on Benin, and I've never had this kind of. I was basically abducted by hoodlums. From there, some of the security operatives in the palace put me in a palace Hillock truck and took me to the Oba Market police station. And then the commissioner of police came about twice, and around 5 o'clock or 5:30, he asked that I be released and somebody should sign a bill that the exact word he used was the Oba was not pressing charges. And I was wondering what charges. For me to be stripped, bare-bodied, beaten, slapped. I don't understand it. But I want to thank everybody who has shown solidarity. I want to put this on record. I'm an Obaseki, and this is not a beating of Pedro. It's as if there is a deliberate war against anybody who bears the name of Obaseki. And maybe I was the first victim in the line. But this must stop. So I'm going to press charges. I'm going to seek legal recompense. I don't understand this. My children are traumatized, my family, my siblings.
Well, Dr. Pedro Obaseki reacting to, I won't call it reaction, actually, it's actually explaining what transpired yesterday that led to that unfortunate incident that has taken the internet by storm, attracting reactions from across the world. The onus is on the authorities in charge to bring the perpetrators to book. That's what will bring it to a close today on the show, TMI. We'll have our program Business Rendezvous coming up in a moment. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
And of course, it's an exciting Tuesday afternoon. We are here once again to take a look at what is going on in the global arena on the international forum. I am Wilson Omasha. 3 years plus, counting, the war between Russia and Ukraine still rages on. But there are some twists and turns, some agreement, and of course some disagreement. But all the same, the one that is topping the chart right now is the 90 billion euro that they promised Ukraine to really go there and fight this war. And they are saying that it's going to be from Russia's frozen assets. And Putin is saying he's not going to have it. And there are speculations that he opined, he came out to deny that it will be targeting European nations that do have one or two things to aid Ukraine. As much as if that should happen, it might just lead to an escalation of the situation that may just go beyond Russia and Ukraine. It might just become a global phenomenon. Now, what do you feel about that? Now, that's the cross of our discussion today. With me here in the studio, I have a political analyst, political affairs commentator, join me to welcome Ibrahim Momo. Thank you so much for making our time to join me this afternoon on International Forum.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. So here we are. Russia-Ukraine war still raging on despite Donald Trump's peace tactics, trying to make sure that there is peace. But it seems as if peace is eluding this particular nation because Ukraine is a theater You've heard about bombardment here and there, people losing their lives. And of course, you can also trace some soft punches that is dealing with Russia one or the other. But massively speaking, destruction is more on the Ukrainian soil. Let's take it up from there.
Well, the first thing is that this is a war that should never have been. Because it all started with the NATO adventurism. NATO wants to be in the backyard of Russia. And then if you recall that in the time past, there were two major power blocks in the world. The Warsaw Pact, headed by Russia, China, or USA and China, and then of course you had the NATO alliance, the US and European Union and others. And now that led to the Cold War for several decades. With the end of the Cold War, the NATO alliance, that led to the fall of the Warsaw Pact. USSR disintegrated 13 countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Georgia, Ukraine, Russia, all of them broke up from former USSR. It now became a unipolar world of sorts. NATO was the only alliance that was standing, led by the US. Now, added to this mix is the fact that there is the issue of nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, nuclear warfare. And, you know, like we say in political science parlance, or international relations parlance, it is mutual assured destruction. You know, those who have weapons, it's mad. Nuclear weapons is mad. It's mutual assured destruction. So, Russia is has the second largest stockpile of nuclear weapons aside of course, the United States of America. In fact, in the world that we are, only one country has ever used nuclear weapons, the US, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that's the background. So I say that this is a war that ought not to have even occurred in the first instance because Russia moved to attack Ukraine in February 2022, just almost 4 years now. In February, it will be 4 years since that war, because of moves by NATO to allow Ukraine to join Russia. This should never have been. And then, what has sustained this war is what we are talking about today, the 90 billion euros, or if you want around $5 billion loan that the EU is giving to Ukraine. The reality is that without the kind of financial and military support that Ukraine has gotten from the NATO alliance, this war would have been a non-starter. And so what is sustaining the war is it like Professor Chomsky said recently, there are only two ways to end the war. One, by negotiation. Parties come together on a round table, discuss peace, agree on negotiated settlements of a conflict. Or one, they fight to finish with one defeating the other. Maybe with I can talk about MAD, mutual assured destruction.
Nuclear weapon, yeah.
So these are the only two ways to end the war. One is by negotiation, which apparently nobody is thinking of. The European Union, and they're not funding peace; they are funding war, weaponry. They are continuing to arm Ukraine to challenge Russia. So the first one would have been negotiated peace. Nobody is ready. The second one is the issue of one defeating the other. The reality based on the power matrix, power configuration of both countries. There is only two possible outcomes. A third one is not an option if the war continues. Option number one is that Russia will decimate Ukraine. Option number two is that Ukraine will stand up to Russia such a long time that Russia becomes war weary and they negotiate peace. These are the two possible options.
Two possible options. But right now, it's like negotiation is just gradually being taken out of the equation. Trump made a promise, but right now it's like that promise is not being fulfilled.
Yes.
There's not peace coming to these nations. So what is the reason behind peace eluding Russia and Ukraine?
I think is the refusal to negotiate, basically. The hot-headedness in the room, the hot-headedness from both parties. Who is talking about peace now? The 90 billion euros, or 105, you can convert it about $105 billion. What is it going into? Is it peace or war? into war. So it means that nobody is talking peace. Everybody is talking war. And that is where I think they are missing it. In fact, it was the UN Secretary Antonio Guterres
yes,
that said that war is overfunded and peace is is starved. The reality is that the amount of money, this 90 billion euro or 105 billion US dollar that is being pumped into Ukraine by the European Union over the next 2 years is about 5 times what the European Union is investing in Africa for overseas development assistance, ODA. The entire 54 countries in Africa, total ODA they get, overseas development assistance they get from the European Union is just $20 billion annually. Now, in one fell swoop, you are pumping $105 billion into Ukraine. And whereas this one is for development assistance, the other one is to fund a war that need not even be in the first instance. So that's why I feel that there's too much hot-headedness in the room, and nobody is thinking for peace. Everybody is thinking about defeating, crushing, and it's difficult to crush. I don't know how the European Union, or indeed NATO, if you add the US to it, is going to successfully decimate Russia.
All right, now let's take a solution whereby when Donald Trump and Zelensky fell out some couple of months ago, when he told us that without US intel, Ukraine will be nowhere to be found. Sure. America was accused of starving Ukraine with weapons. Hence, Russia was getting the upper hand. I don't think that should have been the right time and the right tactics to really ensure peace. After all, if you don't have people to fight, you don't this bad and go home. Because that's the condition given to them by Russia. What do you feel about that?
Well, you see, the challenge is that it is not only about the US. That's the major challenge. It's not only about the US. The issue is that the US is by far the largest contributor of funding and weaponry to NATO. And NATO is the chief supplier of weapons and funding to Ukraine. Yes, the US, but it is being the single largest, it's not the only stakeholder there. It's not the only supplier. In fact, what Trump has started doing is asking Europe to up their game in terms of their contributions, to the public team, whether it is in the funding of NATO, and of course by extension Ukraine, or whether it is even in the, if you may, the weaponry, the military hardware that is being supplied to Ukraine, the drone and other technology, that is being supplied to Ukraine. And now what they are saying that hitherto it was almost entirely a US funding. But since Trump came for a second term, it is now, let's a little bit balance, the funding gap, the whole. The US under Trump is saying that we cannot almost entirely be funding it. And so you are saying that EU is stepping up. In stepping up, one of the mistakes they tried to make, and which of course Russia challenged them on, was that they were going to use Russian assets, which they freezed in Europe.
Now, Russia gave a very strong one that they shouldn't try.
Yes.
Now, do you see them venture into that particular point? Because according to Putin, that belongs to them. Whether frozen or unfrozen, it belongs to the Russian nation. Now, if NATO should go ahead to do that, how do you think Russia will respond?
No, NATO tried to do it. It's not if they are tempted to. They tried to do it. They tried it in the last meeting they held, but there were obvious legal and financial implications. And of course, security considerations they had to put into cognizance. Otherwise, you will be expanding the frontiers of the war. And I'm not sure Europe was ready for that. One, the European Central Bank, is, and even the European headquarters, EU headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium.
Yes.
And then Brussels opposed vehemently any attempt at tapping into Russian assets. They opposed it on the grounds that it's unprecedented. You could freeze foreign assets,
but you cannot use it.
You can't use it. So where does it come under international law that the European Union, where does it derive its powers to want to expend Russian assets when Russia is not a member of the European Union, or Russia is not consenting to the use of those assets, those Russian resources? So that was the first issue. The other issue is legal. That first one is legal. The second one is financial. Just as Russia has assets in the European Union, which the European Union is freezing now, The other United States also have assets in Russia. They have in Russia, they have in Brazil, they have in India, they have in China. You know, there's a BRICS that's coming up.
Yes.
So if you now say that when also the state of nature, let everybody act anyhow, behave the way they like. Let us freeze Russian assets without the legal backing to do that. We have no legal basis to do it. If you do it, it means that the UK, the France, German, Belgian, you know, assets, Spanish assets, and elsewhere could have been frozen. So the ramifications were too dire for those countries to bear. And of course, somehow, they had to give up that attempt. But now they have got a proviso that the Russian assets remain frozen.
Frozen, yeah.
Yes. But that they can only be returned if Russia pays reparation. And Russia is never going to pay.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll be expanding the frontiers with a discussion. Do not go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We are taking a look at the Ukraine-Russian war, the questions behind the 90 billion euro earmark to support Ukraine. Many people are asking questions. If you take a look at this, the provision of this war, some top Ukrainian officials have been fingered. Yeah. Corruption allegations leveled against them here and there, to the extent Zelensky had to, like, you know, fire some, retire some. Some even went to jail. Do you think that with this amount of money, and without proper assessment on how it will be used, do you think that the case of corruption in the military, why security war will be worse off this time around in Ukraine?
For me, it's not even
about 90 billion euro.
Yeah, if this money that has been, these issues of corruption,
yes,
the money that are given as military aid and funding, because Russia, Ukraine has been at war with Russia for over 8 years now, so close to 4 years.
Close to 4 years, yes. You are about 3 years, good 4.
Yes, by February it will be 4 years.
Yes.
February 28th next year it will be 4 years. So you are seeing that you have suspended and removed successive military heads and other public officials. But the man at the head of government, Volodymyr Zelensky, who is probing him? And is it possible that those corruption will have taken place and he started as an angel? Even the fact that since he has come there close to 10 years now, he was there in the first term of Trump. You know, he came in just before the Trump, and he was there throughout Biden, and I still there. No elections. So if it is possible for him to say that one in itself is not corruption. That you are in power without elections.
But they are saying that they had to suspend the constitution because they are there fighting for their lives.
The question is the war necessary? Ukraine can walk away tomorrow and the war will end. Ukraine can withdraw. In fact, that's I said my first intervention on this program, that it all started with NATO adventurism. What is NATO's business in Russia's backyard? And you say Russia to fold their hands and watch? No! No! So the reality is that this war can end today, can end tomorrow, if the NATO stops this funding. What are you putting 90 billion euros? Or is it, you can convert to say 105 billion US dollars. What are you putting 105 billion US dollars into war for? What do you want to achieve from it? Except maybe to continue persecuting a useless war on an unwanted war. Why not put 105 billion US dollars into development in Ukraine? Why not? Why is it that it is to fund war that you are? So the corruption that is there, there's a bigger corruption that will be addressed. You are moving, changing top military officers, top civil servants, public officials, yes. But the man at the head of government, Volodymyr Zelensky, has he been changed? Or is he above board in terms of corruption? The man who is in charge of the entire resources of the state is not corrupt. So a time will come ultimately when I think that the issues will change. I'm wondering why Trump. Okay, well, Trump has even told them already that he's not interested in funding this war. Which is why the European Union is stepping up. Biden was the one that was funding the war. Trump is not interested in the war. You know.
All right, now let's take a look at the European Union, because it's been a while now where they were talking about war manufacturing weapons, because Germany just had to, like, you know, break their promise. They have to go manufacture weapon. Japan also did the same. They're saying enough of all this peace talk. They have to go back again to manufacture. But even though some top countries in Europe, they are into weapon manufacturing. Is that the essence of this money for them to procure enough weapons to prosecute the war between Russia and Ukraine? After all, people are like saying that war is a big business.
Yes, you see that's this point you hit on is at the roots of this war. Because people want to ask, what's the logic of war? Why can't they come to the negotiating table? It's because of what we call the deep states. There are people, not public officials, not governors, not prime ministers or presidents. There are the sets of deep state, those people who are behind the curtains, who are ensuring these wars go on. These are people, for example, who can bring down governments, who can cause the losses of presidents and prime ministers of any of these countries. So at the point, people don't even say that these people are just tools. They are just puppets. They are comprador. They are standing on behalf of, or for the purpose of serving the interest of the deep state. And so who are those who are manufacturing these weapons? Who are those who are benefiting from this war continuation? It's not the Ukrainians, obviously. Ukrainians who want peace. Who wants war? There's a friend of mine who comes on this story. I always use that phrase. Almost say,
yeah, the war is not beautiful.
Who wants war, really? Do Nigerians want war? Do Ukrainians want war? Do Russians want war? No. Even the Germans, the European Union countries, do they want war? The answer is no. But those who put them in position need these wars to continue in order for their businesses to grow. So it's a very big business, and I think that's at the heart of it. There is a deep state across Europe and the US. In US, they call them military contractors. They are the ones who are invested heavily in the continuation of the war. That way they are making more money for themselves. Imagine 90 billion.
90 billion euros. Anyway, now, it's like the war has gone beyond the imagination of both Putin and, of course, Zelensky. It's like non-state actors are beginning to be part of this particular war. Get to hear some persons say they have to go to Russia to fight for Mother Russia. Others say they're going to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine, glory to Ukraine and all that. Now, putting all this thing together, do you feel that the war, if not properly checked within its 4th year, and the virus, so to speak, is going to spread across European countries?
Well, I think where we are heading to is, if we are not careful, a multinational war. You see, Ukraine is not the one who is fighting, because Ukraine is not a match for Russia. That's why you are getting these 90 billion euros, aid to Ukraine. Because if you leave Ukraine to Russia, there will be no war. In a few days, the war will be ended. So Ukraine is just a pawn. It's just a chessboard. It's just a proxy. It's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. That's what's going on here. And so there is that likelihood that you have pointed out, that other non-state actors in the first instance or other states are going to eventually get involved. And when they get involved, is it the onset of a Third World War? Or would reason prevail ahead of that eventuality? And the efforts are now put in place to ensure that there is a negotiated resolution of this conflict. If we allow things to degenerate the way it is going now, because when you pump 90 billion euros into Ukraine over the next 2 years, what you are saying is that you want the war to continue. And that one cannot be a good thing. It is not a good thing. Because the Ukrainians, are they able to sleep with their 2 eyes closed? And is the educational system functioning as it ought to be? Is the social system, their markets, their schools, governance, public service, is it able to function? No! Because of war. Who wants this war? Who is really for this? Who is really, interested in this war continuing? I am worried, that there is the likelihood of an escalation. Because, yes, you can say that so far, Russia has restrained from using nuclear weapons. Yes, you can also say that the European Union have so far restrained themselves from putting boots on the ground. They have not become directly involved. What they have done is to support Ukraine. Yes, the US has not been involved, they have supported Ukraine. But that makes Ukraine just a vassal or a proxy or just, just like a testing ground. Some of these weapons have been given, maybe they are recently manufactured weapons. They have not been used elsewhere. We want to see, okay, how effective can these weapons be? But the reality is that if reason doesn't prevail, the likelihood of an escalation, it cannot be ruled out. And when that one happens, it is the onset of the Third World War.
All right. But some are saying that it was Zelensky that cried for help. It took the European Union, US, whoever cares to listen. They need more money, they need more weapons, they need manpower to procure this war. And now that there's a response coming from the EU. Are you going to blame the EU? No, because Russia said that EU, you guys overstepping your bound. That's a warning of Putin to NATO and its allies.
You see, the argument that it was Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president
yes,
that called for assistance, which is what led to this intervention. For me, I think it's not does not hold much water. If you are not able to prosecute your war, why are you into that war? It's a thing called power assessment or threat assessment. You are not strong enough to challenge Russia. Why are you fighting Russia? That's a question. Why is the question? I'm not sure. Why is NATO not asking Ukraine? Except that the real deal is that Ukraine is just a proxy. It's a war between the NATO and Russia. That is what this is actually. Because if you remember, at the outset, it was about Ukraine was a factor in how Trump lost his second term 4 years ago. 5 years ago. Because there was an attempt, Hunter Biden, that's Joe Biden's son, Biden was an aspirant, he was contesting against Trump. So the idea was, okay, there were some illegal deeds that Hunter Biden was doing in Ukraine. So there's a need for cooperation from the then president, Volodymyr Zelensky. Provide information so I'm going to prosecute this guy. And the guy refused. That it will amount to interference in the not providing those information too was actually interference in a way.
The way too.
Because if the man is guilty, because he has now pleaded guilty now. Hunter Biden has already pleaded guilty. That's how this whole issue started from. So it was like a rewarding him for loyalty, for support. Biden had started by funding, for 4 years he was president, he was funding the war between Ukraine and Russia. Now, the reality is that now that, if it is, that was the reason, because it's a payback time. When you asked my help, I supported you. I didn't provide information that Trump wanted. So now, I'm now asking for you, are you going to support me? Is that a reason why you should take a whole country to war? Secondly, why is NATO so interested in having a member states from Russia's immediate neighbor?
That will be the question we're going to answer next after this break. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. 90 billion euro converted more than $5 billion US. Do they really want this war to end, or they want Ukraine to fight on? And after all, some deep states or some deep pockets are interested in cashing out of this war. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Thank you for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the questions surrounding the 90 billion euro. Yes, loan loan for Ukraine to procure their war. They've been talking about this. Do they really want peace, or they want the war to go on over and over and over again? Now, with me in the studio, I have Ibrahim Momo. I've been trying to throw more light into what he felt is really going on, talking about the fight between these two great nations. But take it or leave it, one is greater though. Anyway, we're talking about comparison right now. Now, if you take a look at the war, the 90 billion might, just according to Pondwich, spur Zelensky to do the unthinkable. Maybe just may procure a weapon that can target the heart of Russia, which is Moscow. Do you see that happening in course of this war? Remember, 90 billion euro can do anything.
Yes. Even if it has struck the heart of Russia, you know, close to the Kremlin, that there have been attacks at the heart of close to the Kremlin. So it's not as if Moscow. It's not as if that it has been a one-sided war. No. There are Russian tanks, refineries, military personnel. They have all been killed and destroyed, you know, in the course of this war. You know, but the other thing is that when it comes to asymmetric, when it comes to a capability, Russia is way ahead of Ukraine. That is why, of course, the European Union, under NATO and of the US, have always supported Ukraine. Ordinarily, left for Russia and Ukraine to fight it out themselves, it would have been a matter of days. The war. In fact, when Putin went into Russia at the outset, it was said to be a military exercise, quick military exercise. That's what they called it, you know.
Yeah.
You know. So because they knew that Ukraine is no match for them. Of course, you have seen that in the course of this war, the Luhansk region has been taken over by Russia.
By Russia,
yeah. Within the Ukraine, the Donetsk, Luhansk axis, and taken over by Russia. So, if I even in the Trump proposal, what he said to Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, was that for this war to end, you have to give up some territory, which was what the European Union, of course, we are opposed to. You know, so the reality is that it's not the war is not among equal rivals by no means. You see the kind of support, like we're talking about 90 billion euros to Ukraine. Where are the support to Russia? But Russia still maintains an upper hand. You know, so I agree with you that, you know, it could make a difference, but it cannot lead to a Ukrainian defeat of Russia. That's not. It's not like, except the NATO alliance becomes directly involved. You know, in NATO, there's Article 5 that talks about the hair trigger mechanism, that you attack any member state, it becomes an attack on every member state, and of course they cannot fight back. It's called the hair trigger mechanism. What that means is that if Russia attacks, Ukraine is not a NATO member, it's only, I don't been invited to come out to apply to be a member. If it applies an actual NATO member, because of this war, then you see the full weight of NATO come down on Russia. That is the only time there is hope that, you know, the tide is turned against Russia. You know, so even though as big as the money is, it will only sustain the war. It cannot, in my estimation, lead to the defeat of Russia. So it can't do much damage, in my opinion.
All right, now if we take a look at some countries that refuse to take side against Russia. We have Belarus, we have Czech, and some other countries saying, no, we just cannot in our own state, because these are part of the old USS Arrow, so to speak. They don't want to, like, you know, come in within the particular range of the war. What do you think is directly responsible for that decision not to pick side against Mother Russia?
Yeah, it's critical. Because what we're talking about, since the thing that the European Union did, the European Union is giving, it is not the entire European Union. This point you are making puts in focus. It's only a part of the European Union. You mentioned Belarus. Yeah. You mentioned the Czech Republic. There's also Slovakia, and there's Viktor Orban's Hungary. Yes. These countries have refused to support. Yeah. And they are member states of the EU. So they refuse to sign up to. First of all, they are closer to Russia than maybe countries like Germany, like France, like Spain, like Belgium, like Norway. They are closer to Russia. So meaning that if there's going to be an attack from Russia on European member states, they are going to be the first line of the front line of action of that action. Secondly, is that $90 billion euros, 105 billion US dollars. It's not small money for anybody to take as loan on behalf of countries. These countries, they are poor countries. They are poor countries in Europe. Czech Republic is poor. Slovakia is poor. Hungary is poor. Belarus is poor. Relatively compared to maybe the UK, to France, to Germany, you know, these are poorer countries. Why would a poor country agree to taking more debt? It's a loan. It's a debt they are taking on behalf of those country member states. Why would a poor country want to take in more debt on behalf of Ukraine for a war they don't believe in, a war they don't support, a war that should not even have lasted this long? So I can see the reasoning behind the leaders, you know, of these countries not wanting to support or not buying into the argument around taking further loans to support of a war between Ukraine and Russia that should have ended 3 years ago. It should have ended. So I get the logic that, first of all, if there's going to be an all-out war between the European Union and Russia, they will be the first victim. Secondly, the fact that these are poor countries already. Why would you now be taking on loans on behalf of Ukraine when you yourself, you have your own domestic challenges, economic challenges to grapple with?
All right. Now, some of that, this law may not really all go well for Ukraine because it's been accumulating so much loans. Yes. Do you feel that this war will make Ukraine to be more impoverished rather, than what they are? And after all, every loan must be paid back.
Well, the reality is that what this war has done so far is to mask the reality. You know, for example, if I can make a reference to the Gaza-Israel war. What we have seen, what the media are focused on, is the cost of the war on Gaza, the destruction that the war. But every of those bombs, every of those weapons, every of those tanks were funded. The black hole in the Israeli budget because of that war of destruction, it's not something that is small. Come back to Ukraine too. The war we're talking about now, most of the funding that Ukraine has gotten is in form of loans.
Loans.
What is the Ukrainian budget annually? Is it up to 90 billion euros? The answer is no. This is the loan they are taking. And this is not the beginning of the loans. They are taking loans for 3 years.
Yes.
You know. Secondly, if you look at the Ukrainian economy, has the GDP, has it shrunk? Most likely, over the last 3.5 years of the war. It means that the economy has been taking a hit for over 3 years, going to 4 years. And now, in the period where it is taking a hit, when the economy is going down, it's on a downward spiral, it has been taking on more loans. If the war ends today, where would Ukraine be financially? So the reality is that it has not favored. Sometimes what will happen to Volodymyr Zelensky that he would be voted out of office, or that you have spent that he cannot contest again. But what happened in his time, in terms of particularly the loans and other, the fall in GDP, the cost of living crisis, the poverty, literally, of the Ukrainian people over the period of this war, it's not something small. And I think that it is something that commentators, policymakers, leaders globally have to see what is the real cost of war.
And the real cost after war.
Yes. Of course, the real cost of war is not the loans alone, which is a significant. The loans, the cost, the money you are taking as loans to prosecute a war is significant. But that's not all there is. The GDP that has gone down, the economy that has gone down over the period of the war, the people who could not go to school, the literacy that you have reached on the people, the level of poverty, people who cannot find a job, or people whose breadwinner have been killed at the result of this war, the people whose wages have been stagnated, the people whose life have been disrupted, literally because of the war. That is the real cost of war, and it is massive.
Massive, 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 really, really massive indeed. But it stands right now, EUs that are not going back. The question is, if they should get this money, how are they going to disburse the money, so to speak? Now, what about the threats to Europe by Russia?
Yes. You see, this is international politics. The threat that Russia poses to Europe is significant. Because in truth, Europe, sorry, when you say Europe, Russia is part of Europe. That's why they play the UEFA Champions League, for example, the UEFA European League. Europe, part of Russia is in Europe, part of Russia is in Asia. So when you say Europe, it's even Russia is even an European country. Now, it means that it is a close neighbor to the European Union. The cost to Europe is serious. The threat to Europe is serious. It is an all-out war. Russia being a nuclear capable country, nuclear-able country, means that it can easily obliterate, if not entirely. Of course, it is much. I agree that both Russia and the European Union will be destroyed, yes. But the fact that Russia will be destroyed and Europe will be destroyed means it is mutual assured destruction. So nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, is not something that we want. So a country that is a nuclear power, is not something. Look, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed by the US in 1945. Till date, nothing good has come out of that land.
All right, you just I want to go for another break. When we return, we'll come and conclude this particular discussion. We're talking about 90 billion euro. Who really is behind this war that doesn't want it to come to an end? That is a big question, because come on, if they can earn massive amounts for war, would it be so expensive to vow or vouch for peace? We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Somehow if there's conflict, yes, many people might be losing, but some very few guys are gaining. And that isn't too far-fetched for what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. Some big companies that are into manufacturing of weapons, they are gaining big time. It could be in US, China, Iraq, you just name it. Even North Korea, they are gaining from this particular war. 19 billion euro. That's colossal. Now back again to the threat to the EU, because right now as it stands, it's like everyone's beginning to climb or get in tune with the war. Since Donald Trump said he really wants to back out, the European Union started waking up gradually. Yes. They said that they want to be part of the war. From the aggression of the Eurozone, all in the name of supporting Ukraine, how long do you feel that this war will last?
Well, what is clear is that the European Union are going to extend it for another 2 years, 2026, 2027. And that is the period in which this $90 billion euro is expected to cover. So I think that it is not sustainable. A war for 5 years, after 2027, that will be 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
It's not something that the European Union or even Ukraine can sustain. So I feel that within the next 2 years, my estimation is that everybody will come war weary. Because I have to give thumbs up, with all due respect, even for a wrong reason, to Russia.
To Russia, why?
To stand up to the European Union, to NATO, literally, for over a period of 3.5 years, going to 4 years, it's not a mean feat. And that we're talking 90 billion euros today. What has gone into this war from the NATO alliance is well over 200 billion euro. Well over 200, even before now.
And excluding what Biden gave to them then.
Yes, and so you can see that it is massive. But even at that, I think that it is sometimes, oftentimes it is the kind of leader that the people get for determining the trajectory. When Trump came, he said he was going to end all wars. In fact, he boasted that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 1 day. But there's been theory and practice between idealism and realism. He came to power and he realized that it's not as simple as that, as he has painted it. What he has succeeded in doing is that he has, kind of negotiated, made Europe take more responsibility. Like I pointed out already. He made Europe take more. The US was spending too much. The US was spending about 90% of NATO budget was funded by the US alone. That was not sustainable. Because some of the people don't also know that the greatest indebted country in the world, by a mile, is the US.
Is the US.
It's not that they have the money. They're actually still borrowing. You know that they are indebted countries too. They're actually borrowing. So this money was borrowed on behalf of the European Union citizens, different countries in the European Union. So it's not as if they even have the money that they are borrowing, they are giving to Ukraine. They are borrowing the money to give to Ukraine. With the hope that Russian assets within the European Union that have been freezed will be used to pay eventually
the war.
And which is not tenable, because everybody has, Nigeria, for example, has assets. When you sell oil, for example, the money is not paid into our central bank here. it is held in the host country. So everybody has money everywhere. You know, if the European Union holds on to Russia assets, Russia and its allies, particularly the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, you know, Iran, North Korea, you know, a quite number of countries, you know, can also hold on to
the assets.
I think it cannot last for too long. It cannot, I don't envisage that the war will go beyond 2027.
Well, some of you say that if Zelensky is taken out of the picture, there might just be peace. Because according to reports, there isn't want to say glory to Ukraine, we're not going to give up anything because Donald Trump made that suggestion, you have to let go of some land. He said, won't let go of an even Crimea, they plan to get it back. So do you feel that Zelensky out of the picture, do you feel that his own tenure, his own time has expired as a president because of the war? He is still there. What if adventure he's taken out of the equation?
The truth is, in my opinion, Zelensky is not a factor in this war. With all due respect to him being the president of Ukraine. Yeah, it's a tool. With all due respect, he's the president of the country. It's only been used as a front to challenge Russia. If the European Union are fed up today, if NATO is fed up today, the war will end. It's not about Zelensky doesn't even have the funds to prosecute the war. It's always going cap in hand, begging the European Union, going to the US, you know, shouldn't diplomacy to raise funds to prosecute the war. A war you cannot afford to fight. So I don't think that, with all due respect, Volodymyr Zelensky is not a factor in this war.
All right, you've heard him. He says Zelensky is a factor in this war. Many Ukrainians would be like, why are you insulting our president? That's what they would say for that. But war is not cool. It's not beautiful. 3 years and counting. The war is still raging on. Ukraine is a theater. You know what that can really do to a particular country. I'm talking about 90 billion euros giving to them to procure the war in the next 2 years. That would be cheaper, far cheaper to fight for peace rather than just going for war. Do you think the money will push them to 2 years? And of course, beyond that, we are watching because Russia is not backing down. Ukraine is asking for help, trying to throw some punches. How effective are these punches on Mother Russia? Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for coming on today's show. I appreciate a wonderful analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll see how all this will pan out. Our responsibility is just to report back to you on various events unraveling internationally on International Forum. Do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
Tonight, Anthony Joshua injured in car crash. 2 people confirmed dead. Vice President Shettima insists Akumi, Governor Alia feud must end for the good of Benue State. Nationwide outrage trails assaults, public humiliation of notable politician, scholar Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki. Lagos State Emergency Management Agency says search continues after fire incident. ITV and radio honors deserving management staff at end of year party. Hello, good evening. This is Network News on ITV. I am Charity Tanko from Abuja Network Center, and joining me from Benin Network Center is Philip. Philip, good evening.
Good evening, Charity. Another beautiful time out with you on the news tonight. Quite a later to be here.
Thank you. And from our Lagos Network Center, I have Joshua joining us. Joshua, good evening.
News tonight.
Thank you very much. From the Abuja Network Center, we will begin with the story on Joshua Anthony's crash, where the Federal Road Safety Corps has confirmed that excess to the crash involving British-Nigerian boxing champion Anthony Joshua along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Monday. The Corps Public Education Officer, Assistant Corps Marshal Olusegun Ogungbemide, stated this in a statement made available to journalists. The accident occurred around the Sinoma Arena, Shagamu in Ogun State at about 12 p.m. and involved a black has called for reconciliation among Benue's political leaders, warning that discord between Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, and Governor Hyacinth Alia will have grave consequences for the state and the entire nation. Senator Shetima Masters at the wedding of Aundakura Akume, and Deborah held in Makurdi, the Benue State capital.
Speaking on the political rift between the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, and the Benue State Governor, Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia, the Vice President Kashim Shetima noted that Benue's influence extends beyond the state, positioning it as a leader in north-central Nigeria and a vital pillar of national unity. The Vice President said he is set to intervene in the discord between the two political gladiators in the state in the interest of the people of Benue State.
We cannot afford to allow the discord between the elder statesman, distinguished Senator George Akume, and the governor of Benue State, my brother Reverend Hyacinth Alia, to pester. We have the obligation to step in and heal the wounds. What binds us together supersedes whatever that divides us.
Meanwhile, Senator Akume expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for honoring the occasion through the Vice President's presence, even as Governor Alia congratulated the young couple, assuring them of his prayers and blessings for their future.
Your Excellency, Benue welcomes you. I say Benue because I was governor, and by the grace of God, I have planted my successors. Otom, before that, Suswam, Otom, and now Father Alia. God has been blessing me. It is my firm hope that you two young couple would add a lot of value to the growth and the development of the state.
The rift between the SGF and Governor Alia has lasted for more than 2 years, with many citing political appointments as the major cause of the feud. John Dana, ITV News.
The federal capital recorded low resumption of workers to work after the 2-day public holiday declared by the federal government for the Christmas celebration. ITV's Dominic Say, who monitored the situation, the federal secretary reports that those who turn up for Monday say they owe the nation an obligation to resume since the holiday is over.
Driving along the ever-busy Shehu Shagari Way to the Federal Secretariat on Monday morning is usually busy traffic in the FCT. It is the first day of work after the Christmas holiday. The Federal Secretariat, the hub of civil service in the nation's capital, witnessed low turnout of civil servants. While commending the government for ensuring a crime-free celebration, some of the resuming workers say the break provided them the opportunity to reunite with families and re-energize for.
We thank
Lord, very, very too much. You're doing well. I'll celebrate the Christmas. Very fun.
We have had time to celebrate with our families, both those with us and those in diaspora. Everybody coming around, seeing each other, having tete-a-tete is a very good and in one.
They further reaffirm their commitment to service application the old taxpayers.
As an officer, I'm supposed to resume today. Yes, it's not about the holidays. I'm supposed to resume today, and I'm here today too.
I'm a very core civil servant. I live by example. Since the federal government pay me with taxpayers' money, I should also justify why I'm paid.
To resume as a civil servant, today is not public holiday, so I feel I should come to office and do the necessary work.
Reflecting on the year 2025 for Nigerian workers, these civil servants hope for a better for Nigerian workers in 2026.
People are not happy, but we are Nigerians. We are always loyal to the country. You understand? Because a lot of promises that they made, they have not fulfilled the promise.
Anyway, government is trying, though it's not. What they are giving us is not yet enough compared to the economic situation of the country.
The federal government had declared Thursday 25th and Friday 26th, 2025 as public holiday for the Christmas celebration. From Abuja, Dominic Ayemese, ITV News.
It's still the network news on ITV, and this is all from the Abuja Network Center. Stay tuned as I hand you over to our Benin Network, where Philip is on standby. Philip, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charity. Know that you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNigeria.com/live. Also follow us on all our social media platforms at Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NJ. And our first story tonight from the Benin Network Center comes this where the assault and public. We take out to the next story where parents have been urged to instill the values of integrity and upright living in their children, drawing inspiration from the exemplary legacy of their forebears. This call was made during a Thanksgiving service held at Jesus Bridge Ministry, popularly known as Jubilee City, to mark the 180th remembrance of the late Iyase Noeme Odia of the Benin Kingdom. Joy Obaisiagbon reports.
The Iyase Noeme Odia family Thanksgiving service attracted family members, friends, and well-wishers from within and outside Nigeria. Among the dignitaries in attendance was the chairman of Independent Television and Radio, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Ogbinedi on the Esama of Benin. In his sermon, Reverend Collins Edebi admonished parents to acknowledge God as their Almighty Father and to deliberately guide their children along the path of righteousness and godly values.
This morning, I tend to ask you, who are you? Being a descendant of Iyase Noeme has given us pride.
The service was enlivened with soul-lifting songs from the church choir as family members danced joyfully to the altar in thanksgiving to God for the gift of life and enduring legacy of their patriarch. Some family members and friends, including the lead pastor, Bishop Dr. Eddie Omowi Okundaye, and the Esama of Benin, expressed gratitude to God for the success of the Thanksgiving service and prayed for continued unity and progress in the family.
I thank Bishop Omowi Okundaye and Pastor Zeyamu, who started this thing in a choking manner and became a successful worldwide. God bless them.
Thanksgiving to him. For the past 188 years, the Lord God has sustained us, has preserved us, has showered His chosen blessings upon us. We've been moving from glory to glory.
Well, we give God thanks and honor for being able to be part of this family reunion and remembrance.
God is doing a great thing in this family. He's making great men and women to spring up in this family. We thank God for that.
I came from Canada, at least to do this we as a non-enemy. Because even we now know ourselves. Some people you've not seen before, even people you don't even know that it's your family. You now say, oh, we are saying no, okay, we are saying so.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The assault and public humiliation of scholar, media veteran, Nollywood icon and cultural advocate Dr. Pedro Obaseki by hoodlums in Benin City, Edo State, has sparked nationwide condemnation, raising fresh concerns over security lapses and respect for the rule of law. Dr. Pedro Obaseki was abducted on Sunday while playing football at Uwa Primary School, Igbesaman Street, following allegations that he used inappropriate traditional salutation. Joledo Joe brings details.
What was meant to be a moment of relaxation turned traumatic for Dr. Pedro Obaseki, who was attacked and abducted by hoodlums while playing football at Uwa Primary School in Benin City. In a video released after the incident, Dr. Obaseki narrated how he was accused of using a wrong traditional salutation at an event in London. He said he was beaten, stripped naked, and dragged through several streets in Benin City, where he was forced to plead for his life. He described the experience as deeply traumatizing.
The allegation was that I said Edo Watokbe, meaning may Edo people live long, instead of me saying Oba Watokbe, may Oba live long. I have absolutely no altercation with the palace. I've been a purveyor of the culture of my people. I was basically abducted by hoodlums, so I'm going to press charges. I'm going to seek legal recompense. I don't understand. My children are traumatized, my family.
In reaction, human rights organizations, including Amnesty International, alongside the Benin Summit Group and legal practitioners in Benin City, condemned the assault, describing it as unlawful and a gross violation of human dignity. They called for the immediate arrest and prosecution of those responsible.
What's happened in that video is totally condemnable. Before you know, Edo State will turn to Togri. Whoever is found wanting should be charged to court. Nobody's about the law.
It is alarming that there was no single policeman who could have come to the rescue of Dr. Pedro Obaseki. We envisage that security should be visible. It checks crime.
A constitutional lawyer and human rights activist based in Warri, Barrister Kesley Omoirabo, described the incident as a national disgrace, urging authorities to carry out a thorough investigation to ensure justice for the victim.
He has the fundamental right of freedom of speech. You beat him up, street him naked, drag him in the street. For what? Those boys must be arrested. Dealt with.
A Lagos resident, Pastor Oshodi, condemned the barbaric and unlawful conduct of the hoodlums.
That is a father of children. It has family who watch that thing. But what are these people trying to insinuate in Edo State? Where are these people returning us to? I'm so bitter as I'm with you now because I don't know how to express it.
Ahmed Tijani, a resident of Abuja, also condemned the act in strong terms, calling on the Nigerian police force to track down and prosecute the perpetrators.
I never expected that a thing like this would happen to someone like Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki. We cannot allow that to happen. And if the police truly wants to do their job, it will not take a rocket science because the faces of those persons are known.
With Nigerians across the country demanding justice for Dr. Pedro Obaseki, attention now turns to law enforcement agencies to ensure that those responsible are identified and brought to justice, reinforcing the principle that the rule of law must remain supreme. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Independent Television and Radio has rounded off the year with its 2025 end-of-year dinner and award night held at the Oyi Grand Event Center in GRA, Benin City. The event, which celebrated excellence, dedication and teamwork, featured the presentation of awards to staff who won in different categories. Ofuri Anita, who captured highlights of the glitz and glamour, reports that a special award was also presented to the Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, in recognition of his commitment to staff welfare.
Yes, sir.
The Oyi Grand Event Center in GRA, Benin City, was agog with festivities as Independent Television and Radio held its 2025 end-of-year dinner and award night, bringing together management, staff, sponsors, and several dignitaries to celebrate dedication, excellence, and teamwork. In his remarks, the Managing Director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, expressed appreciation to the founder and ASAM of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Wigbenedio, for providing the enabling environment for the station to attain enviable heights.
This is what we are out here for this evening. Celebrate you, reward you, appreciate you, encourage you, and motivate you to be better than you are this year.
Highlights of the ceremony was the unveiling of ITV and Radio First Brand Ambassador Sydney Shocker. Some of the dignitaries presented awards in various categories to winners. GM Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odum Balogun, emerged Best Manager of the Year. Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, won the overall Best Staff of the Year award, and Jolade Ojo won Best Staff in the Newsroom. Other honors included Departmental Best Staff and Supermarketer of the Year.
I'm highly elated to win this award back to back. I give it all to God because He's my helper and my everything.
This award is to all the staff of ITV and Radio. Because I don't know what you've seen in me to consistently for the past 3 years give me this honor.
The staff and guests were excited as an award was also presented to the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, for his outstanding leadership and commitment to the growth of the station.
I'm so happy. I cannot even describe my joy. More reasons to even work more for the department and the company at large.
I thank my colleagues also for voting for me 2 years in a row. My colleagues, thank you.
I want to first of all thank God Almighty for making it possible for me to be here today. And I also want to thank the management of ITV and Radio.
I'm a recipient of this award. It's very, very humbling and also deeply encouraging.
On behalf of Independent Television and Radio, I present you this special award for presentation in ITV Radio for this year. Congratulations, sir.
We want to thank God Almighty for a day as this. It's been a day we had looked forward to. It has come upon us. To God alone be all the glory.
From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
A luxury bus traveling from Lagos to Enugu via Benin City was involved in a road crash on Monday. Pat Osaogewe reports that despite the severe damage to the bus, no lives were lost.
Eyewitnesses who spoke off camera with one of the passengers said driver of the luxury box allegedly fell asleep while driving, leading to the crash. The driver reportedly rammed into a truck at Second Junction along Ikuba Hill, Benin City. Distressed passengers alleged that the management of the transport company failed to intervene despite the high transportation fares charged.
Why we pay direct to companies that if anything happens, help us. You understand? To assist us to our destination. Okay. You understand? When we are calling management, it's all this right now. They know no one to respond.
They appealed to kind-hearted Nigerians for assistance to enable them continue their journey to the eastern part of the country. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
And now we hand you over to our Lagos center where Joshua is there. Joshua, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity. And moving on from our Lagos Network Center. The Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, has confirmed that the death toll from the fire incident at the Great Nigeria Insurance Bureau on Martin Leyland has 3 that one adult couple collapsed structure and handed over to her husband. 2 adult males were also recovered deceased during rescue operations. The agency stated that 8 adult males were rescued, with varying degrees of injuries and were transported to a nearby hospital for medical attention. In addition, 5 walking wounded victims, 3 males and 2 females, sustained minor injuries, received first aid at the scene, and were subsequently discharged. Lasema added that the search and rescue efforts are ongoing. The chairman of the Lagos State Task Force, CSP Adetayo Akerele, has reaffirmed his commitment to rid the street of Lagos of illegal activities carried out by criminal elements. CSP Akerele gave the assurance while receiving an award for his outstanding leadership and exceptional contribution to Lagos State, presented by a reputable media organization. He noted that the award is intended to motivate officers of the task force to intensify efforts towards ensuring a safer Lagos and a more secure Nigeria at large.
You're still watching the ITV. We'll return with the stories. Stay with us.
Thank you for staying on. The Prince Builders Group has been described as a trusted and credible real estate firm with a reputation well known to Nigerians both at home and in the diaspora. UK-based Edo residents who have purchased properties from the company made this known during a social gathering in Manchester. ITV foreign correspondent Roslyn Evorame reports.
Addressing members of Edo community in Manchester, the managing director of the Prince Builders Group, Mr. Siri Omoigi, highlighted several investment opportunities available through the company, assuring investors of attractive returns. Mr. Omoigi stated that Prince Builders remains committed to providing secure investments and delivering quality homes designed to suit the lifestyle preferences and property needs of its clients. He expressed appreciation to Edo residents in Manchester for their continued patronage and encourage others to invest with the firm as a means of owning their dream homes and securing the financial future back home.
The patronage from Manchester, the patronage from Leeds, the patronage from Europe, from Norway, from Italy, from Sweden, from Switzerland, I want to say thank you. Those of you that have invested, I want to reassure you that you can also reinvest again because the Prince Builders is here to serve you better.
Some Edo residents in Manchester also expressed confidence in the company, commending the Prince Builders for its credibility and customer satisfaction.
If you get property from the Prince Builder, go to bed and sleep. You have no problem. But please, brothers and sisters, these are the people you should work with. These are the people you should trust.
My first property with him was about 3 years ago in Lagos. You don't even need to stress. He does everything perfect.
For everyone that have invested in the property business with them, we've not had any negative news. We have estates in Lagos, Benin, and Abuja.
The Prince Builder store across Europe and the United Kingdom continues.
In the past few weeks, the Prince Builders has been engaging with clients across the UK and Europe, bringing investment opportunity to them and offering avenues to own property in Nigeria. From Manchester, Roslyn Eworame, ITV News.
A special Thanksgiving Mass was held on Sunday in honor of the Edo State Commissioner for Works, Honorable Felix Godsent Akaboy, at St. Mary, the Queen Catholic Church, Eguari Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Esan West Local Government Area, Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omijia reports that the Thanksgiving Mass, which attracted top government functionaries and business associates, was organized to thank God for his appointment as a member of the Edo State Executive Council by the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebolo.
The Thanksgiving Mass, which coincided with the celebration of the Holy Family of Jesus, Mary and Joseph in the Roman Catholic Church, saw the Assistant Parish Priest, Reverend Father Jude Onyishi, admonish the congregation to focus on quality family upbringing as a foundation for societal development.
The family cannot happen without us. We are the third arm of the government of the family. And when we start having problems, our government, our
The celebrant, Honorable Felix Akabwe, said the Thanksgiving was to express gratitude to God and to Governor Monday Okpebholo for the opportunity to serve as Commissioner for Works. He also solicited prayers for the success of the present administration.
I'm grateful to God who made it possible, and to thank Mr. Governor who chose me to be the manager of Ministry of Works. I am going to put all my energy, I'm going to put all my time to ensure that it is managed well.
We are here today thanking God for all the blessings, the good health, everything He has done for us. Because if we start mentioning them today, in fact, we will not be able to mention all, but we just have to say thank you, Jesus.
An array of dignitaries who attended the event to felicitate with Honorable Akabwe described his appointment as a step in the right direction.
I think he has the capacity, he has the energy to deliver on the job. It's an accountant, so I believe that he will do the job very well.
I have no doubt in my mind that he will do very well, and His Excellency has chosen the right man, a round peg in a round hole.
He has been able to coordinate the affairs of the ministry without any issue so far, and we pray God to continue to guide him, strengthen him.
The governor have chosen the right person in that particular office, and as such, he will do us proud, he will do Edo State proud, and will do the people of Edo State proud.
The reception was later held at his residence, where guests were entertained. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The 50th birthday celebration and second album launch of Princess Gloria Owagiaye have been held amidst pomp and ceremony. The occasion attracted dignitaries from all walks of life who gathered to celebrate the golden jubilee of the celebrant. Evosa Wangwe has details.
Scenes from the dual celebration of Princess Gloria Owagiaye showcased a glamorous golden party and a gospel song launch set in a world of its own. The list of dignitaries in attendance was extensive as family members of the celebrant rolled out the drums to celebrate what they described as a virtuous woman. The gospel music album launch also attracted several talented artists and veterans in the gospel music industry. The occasion provided an opportunity for the celebrant, family members, friends and well-wishers to interact and express their joy at being part of the epoch-making event. Speaking during the Golden Jubilee celebration and gospel music launch, University Don Edi Iragbe, as well as top politicians, congratulated Princess Gloria Owagiaye on the milestone, describing it as commendable.
We are proud of her, and all we are hoping for her, greater glory.
She's doing good, and she's doing well.
Celebrate her and I wish her many happy returns.
I wish the celebrant many more years of good health.
Everything she puts her hands to do, she will prosper, she will excel and succeed.
The husband and some of the children of the celebrant expressed their delight at witnessing the golden anniversary and gospel album launch of their wife and mother.
I'm happy she's 50 years today, and I pray for her to live up to 120 years. She's a nice woman.
I want to pray that God will give her good health.
The celebrant, Mrs. Gloria Owagiaye, expressed profound gratitude to guests, thanking God for the memorable milestone and the grace to attain the golden age.
I feel so happy, so joyous. It is one of the happiest days in my life.
Guests were later treated to entertainment as the celebration continued. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Castelia Hotel and Suites has been inaugurated on Saturday by the Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, who was represented by the Commissioner for Finance, Engineer Emmanuel Okwebo. Joy Obaisiagbo reports that the occasion also featured the retirement party of the chairman of the Castelia Group, retired Major General Calvin Aligbe, after 38 years of meritorious service in the Nigerian Army.
Following the official tape cutting and commissioning, guests were taken on a guided tour to the 4-story Castelia Hotel and Suites, which boasts luxurious guest rooms, a stylish reception and a waiting area, an indoor club and lounge, a virtual golf section, a gymnasium, a spa section, as well as spacious underground parking area, amongst other state-of-the-art amenities. The hotel promises to deliver unparalleled comfort and memorable experiences to its guests.
On behalf of the Evomek and Castelia Joint Venture, I present to you a hotel experience at its luxurious best, with an indoor golf simulator room.
Activities later shifted to the elegantly decorated Cathilia Convention Center for the retirement celebration of Major General Kelvin Aligbe. In recognition of his 38 years of dedicated service to the Nigerian Army, guests were treated to a sumptuous reception and captivating entertainment. In a goodwill message, the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, represented by the Commissioner for Finance, Engineer Emmanuel Okoibo, wished the retired Major General a fulfilling and prosperous life after service, while commending his immense contributions to national growth and development.
I'm pleased to congratulate the Cathilia Group and the Evomed joint venture for successfully delivering impressive projects.
Family members, friends, and professional colleagues also showered encomiums on the celebrant, describing him as a man of integrity, discipline, and compassion.
More than 3 event centers, right? So you have the 4,000 capacity convention center.
Visibly moved by the overwhelming show of love and appreciation, the celebrant expressed heartfelt gratitude to all who supported him throughout his 38 military career.
If we did it in other countries, why not back home here? Why not in the communities where we come from?
The twin celebration climaxed with the cutting of the retirement cake. The event attracted a who's who of distinguished personality, including political and business leaders, retired and serving military officers, human rights activists, entertainers, and Nollywood stars, led by legendary musician Harry B. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
You're watching ITV Network News. We turn to more stories after this short break. Thank you so much. In honor and remembrance of musical icon Osakpawan Ohehe, who passed on 30 years ago, his children organized a novelty football match to mark the occasion. The event featured the children of the legendary musician taking part in the novelty match as part of activities lined up for the remembrance. Evosa Wangwe has details.
Osakpawan Ohehe was a music maestro who dominated the music scene over 30 years ago, with scintillating songs known for their unique rhythm and meaningful lyrics, which have remained relevant even in today's world. To honor the late legend, his children organized a 2-day event to remember him 30 years after his demise. The novelty match was filled with thrilling moments as the players displayed skills and camaraderie, making the game both entertaining and symbolic. Speaking on the reason for the event, the children explained that the novelty match was organized to strengthen unity among them while honoring the memory of their late father.
So we came to play a novelty match for our great father, whose legacy lives on.
My father was a nice person. He was a music legend. My father touched so many lives.
Play a novelty match, in remembrance of his legacy. And thankfully, we are here with our brothers and sisters.
We as the Ohehe children, we are playing football match just to appreciate our father.
The other guests at the event described the late musical icon as a man who have been deeply missed in the music industry due to his immense contributions. Activities marking the 30th burial anniversary are expected to conclude on Tuesday with more commemorative events. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We'll go on a short break. Stay with us. The Zaza Family Association of Unity and Progress has been commended for their remarkable humanitarian services and encouraged to remain committed to their noble cause. The advice was given during the association's end-of-year party and 5-year anniversary celebration held at Zafik Royal Hotel in Aduawa, Benin City. Joy Obaisiagbon has details.
The Zaza Family Association end-of-year party and 5th anniversary celebration was a grand affair featuring captivating dance performances that ushered in guests and dignitaries from across Edo State. Established in 2020, the Zaza Family Association has continued to spread love and support to the needy, particularly in rural communities across Edo State. Over the years, the association has rendered significant humanitarian services, including support for traders, orphanages, out-of-school children, and the less privileged. The guest speaker, Managing Director of Pinnacle Builders Homes and Properties and Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Institute of Building, Ambassador Samson Aralede Awoka, stressed the importance of love and unity, urging the association to sustain its commitment to caring for those in need.
Love and unity, the foundation of continuous growth and progress. When you take love out of any society, then insecurity, lack of growth, and lack of progress becomes the order of the day.
Some members of the Executive Council expressed satisfaction with the association's achievements over the years and voiced optimism for a more prosperous new year.
I feel happy because it wasn't an easy road, but because of the unity, we are here, we are strong, and we are happy together.
The friends that came together to become as a family, I would love to say they are unique. We have a strong bond. And I think it is a love that has kept us for 5 years.
The event was a colorful celebration as guests were treated to a sumptuous spread of delicacies, drinks, and entertainment. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Talking sports, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chili and team captain Wilfred Ndidi have expressed confidence ahead of Nigeria's final Group C match against Uganda. Solomon Aino reports that the pre-match press conference provided insights into the team's preparations, mindset and expectations as the Super Eagles aim to finish the group stage on a strong note.
Addressing journalists, head coach Eric Chell emphasized the need for focus and discipline, noting that although Uganda remain a competitive side, the Super Eagles of Nigeria are fully aware of what is required to secure a positive result in the fixture.
We prepared this game like the other game. We are focused on this game and we are focused on our group.
The Super Eagles gaffer also revealed that the atmosphere in the camp is positive, with players who responded well in training and exhibiting attitude of a highly motivated team ahead of the clash.
I have to think about the team. We have a last training session today, and the most important thing is our state of mind about this game. And it will be a surprise for you to see the 11 start tomorrow. But at this moment, I can say nothing. Cannot say nothing.
Team captain Wilfred Ndidi echoed the coach's confidence, stating that the players are united and determined to give their all for the country, and they stressed that the team understands the expectations of Nigerians and are ready to go for victory.
We are not even thinking about the last game. The focus now is on the next game. We only thought about the last game because we needed to make some corrections and things we did badly or things we should have done well. Not about thinking about what happened 2021. This is 2025. The more focus is the next. We're not thinking about the next round. We're thinking about the next game, which is more important. And that is what the team is doing right now.
Nigeria will face Uganda in their last Group C match, with qualification to the next stage already secured for the Super Eagles. From Fez, Morocco, Solomon Aino, ITV News.
And that wraps it on the Network News tonight. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Gyukbong. Good night.
Everyone, thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesuwa Osa Oage. The Yuletide is just around the corner and a lot is bound to happen. Plenty of waste are going to be generated and many people will not know how to manage this waste. They may end up in our gutters, end up in bushes around, end up even in front of your house. So how are we going to keep our state clean during this Yuletide season? That is why we have somebody in the house who's going to be talking to us. And we're going to be looking at environmental sanitation, a key preventive measure against disease. Whether you like it or not, diseases are bound to happen. How you manage it is a big concern. If you're careless about it, it's going to be a huge problem, not just to you, but to those around you. So join me this gorgeous afternoon as I make welcome Sanitarian Egwavoin Osazuwa is the Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter. It's a pleasure to have you join us. And you really look like a sanitarian with a very, very bright white shirt and all of that. Thank you for joining us. All right, so today we want to look at the Yuletide, this is the number of ways that are going to be generated, how we're going to keep them. But before all of that, for the purpose of emphasis and for the purpose of this program, please tell us what environmental sanitation is and why it is crucial in preventing diseases.
Thank you, Madam Adesuwa.
If we leave it at Adesuwa, it will be fine. Let's leave it at Adesuwa. Thank you.
Environmental sanitation is a control of all factors in our environment that may exercise a deleterious effect on man and his survival. That is what environmental sanitation is all about.
Okay. So why is it crucial in preventing diseases?
Yes, environmental sanitation is crucial in the prevention of disease because it is a preventive measure.
Okay.
It is not a curative measure.
Okay.
Before a disease can spread, you have to prevent before it can spread.
Okay, prevention is better than cure, right?
Yes, prevention is better, not only better, cheaper than cure. Because if a disease is already established in the surrounding or in the environment, definitely it will be very, very costly to be able to cure. But because if it is still at the premature stage, you can be able to spend less to do the needful.
But unfortunately, people don't consider the environment when they are generating waste. People just dump waste anywhere they want. I know that there was a time we had this advert on radio going on television and all of that, and even public, people using public address system in Edo on the need to keep our environment safe. But when you walk on some streets, you see open garbage dumps, so to speak. Is that what you call it? Two wall?
Okay, that is what we call dwarf wall.
Okay, dwarf wall. Okay, you see it on almost every street, but it is open. The garbage are spilling out. And then we have birds everywhere that can easily go there to scatter, and all of this will end up on the street or end up in the gutters, and people don't really want to do anything about that until maybe sometimes you people come over to say, okay, this house is numbered for this and all of that. How do we curb all of that now?
Okay, like in every streets or areas, there are waste managers assigned to each area.
Okay.
The one attached to area B cannot go to area C, except he or she is given the mandate to do that. But the attitude of the populace is also very, very negative towards the generation of refuse. In as much as the public has been told that they should register with waste manager assigned to their area. They are supposed to register waste manager, but those that are not registered waste managers, they will be sanctioned.
Okay.
And of which the dual fuel you talked about, yes, let me put it as a point of emphasis. Edo State government has banned the use of dual fuel because it has a tendency of spreading disease. Like rodent can go there to prey in that rubbish, and of which housefly can also go there to also prey. And you know, housefly is a mechanical vector that has the ability to use its airy body and its wing, its leg, to be able to walk in that refuse. And when that kind of housefly, infected one, goes and bring the germ into the food and water we drink and eat, definitely a disease is bound to occur.
Okay, but these dwarf walls are everywhere. I even saw about 2 or 3 on my way here, and these dwarf walls are opened. The waste is spilling out, and the owners are not even saying anything about it. So is there, apart from this, is there something, or should I say, is there a should there be a stringent measures against all of this? Because you just said that Edo State are banned it, but it is still in operations in some places. So what do we do about all of these persons?
Okay, you know, when we see such dual fuel, a notice to abate that nuisance is served on the owner or occupier of that premises. And of which if the owner or occupier refuse to abate the nuisance, to comply to the terms of abatement notice, then a court summons will be served on the person, compelling the person to do the needful, to remove the dual fuel. And also, as a point of emphasis, that dual fuel, as I earlier said, it has been prohibited. The only approved waste bin is the one that has a tight-fitting cover and 2 handles.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. Okay, apart from this, what are other common environmental sanitation challenges in our environment, in our society, in Edo State, in Benin City?
Okay, the common environmental challenges in the urban area is, one, some persons will say they have not had from the right source, that they will not want to do the needful.
Yeah.
You know, like environmental health officers, they are saddled with the responsibility of conducting routine house-to-house inspection in the surrounding, in any area that has been assigned to them. But unfortunately, if I tell you, the numbers of environmental health officers in Edo State is far, far below what is supposed to be. In an area, the approved number of environmental health officers that are supposed to man a particular population, according to WHO, is 1 health officer ratio 6,000 persons. But you end up seeing just few environmental health officers going around, and of which the health officer cannot be able to cover up that particular area. So in a situation like that, is a challenge to the profession.
Okay.
And of which we also like to use this opportunity to beg the government to engage more environmental health officers, because as I earlier said, prevention is better, far better and cheaper than cure. If we have, for example, we have about 40 environmental health officers in a local government, it is not too still far below standard. So of which we also do the same thing in Oredo, do the same thing in Ikpobaha. So we can be able to achieve
local government.
Yes, if you look at, you go to hospitals, you go to health centers, you see doctors, you see nurses, they are there. if environmental officers are also employed, you see that the disease spread level will be minimal.
Okay, I remember vividly growing up in one area in Lagos. I don't mean to say this in a derogatory manner, but we have people who go to houses. They go to check your backyard, check your city. They just come, show your ID card, or some will wear uniform, and they will call them Wele Wele.
Yes.
You know? And it was really fun. It kept people on their toes, because once once upon a time somebody had poultry, and before you know what is happening, the Wele Weles came, and then all the stench and all of that. I think the man had a poultry, he had a piggery too, so you can imagine the stench that was coming out on the street, and something was done fast. So I want to toe that line that if we have more health officers, I think we'll have a better say in this area. Now, let's take a very short break. When we come back, I'll come and ask you other questions. So we'll do a short break now. Stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned. This is Elder Living, and we're looking at environmental sanitation, key preventive measures against diseases. And I've been talking with Sanitarian Egwavoin Osazuwa, who is the Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter. All right, Sanitarian Egwavoin, although you have talked about the contribution of how poor sanitation can contribute to the spread of diseases in our environment. You have mentioned that with rodents and all of that. But for the purpose of emphasis, for that person who will want to be spoken to times and times again before they were here, can you just let us know how poor sanitation can contribute hugely to the spread of diseases in our environment?
Okay. Let me also say this, that it is what you give to the environment that the environment will give back to you.
Okay.
If you give the environment a clean environment, it will also give you a good health. Okay. But if you give the environment a bad or a dirty environment, it will also give you a dirty environment or bad health. That is it.
You have just summoned it up nicely. Thank you. Now let's look at the issue of this. I don't know how to phrase it now. When you go to Ring Road around that Ibiwe area, I foresee an environmental disaster there someday soon, because the stench that emanates from that area can harm somebody. Do you know that most of us have to use face masks when we are walking through that area? Is that, I know that is Oredo, is not under ego, but as a sanitarian, is there something you can suggest that can make that place at least, and people walk there, they live there, they sell, you see one woman selling bole at one corner here, that's roasted, she's always there. You know, people sell buns very close to the gutters and all of that. And human beings go there to buy and eat, and even stand there to eat, stand there to talk. And sometimes I wonder, is it that these people are immune to diseases and all of this smell? Is there something that the residents of that area can do? You know, that area houses shops.
Yes.
Shops all over that place. They don't stay there. They just come do their business and go away. Isn't there something that can be done? Can you suggest something? Because that place is a headache.
Yes, something can be done. I believe you are talking about that wastewater from
I don't know where the water
from their bedroom or from where they wash their hands. Definitely, the stench there. Notices have been served on the occupiers and the landlords to provide an effective soak away pit to arrest those wastewater, of which in no distant time the stench will be controlled. And if you see the area in question is a densely populated area,
honestly,
and of which you see
all of them, and people defecate in the open. You see bus drivers just come do their thing, and then you see some persons who just cover with wrapper, do the big one. You know, it's I don't know how to describe it, but it's appalling.
I believe that open defecation is done maybe at night, and of which is an offense to do open defecation. Anybody that is caught, the person will be prosecuted and dealt with accordingly.
Okay, that reminds me. How many public bathrooms or toilets do you have in Ego?
Okay.
Because I'm still looking for. I have not seen one, because there was a day I went to Selu Market. I was pressed. You know, I had to quickly run to an eatery because I asked people around, is there a bathroom here or a toilet where I can ease myself? And they said, no, you go far, or you enter inside the local government. I looked at the distance between where I was and local government. Thankfully, I was driving that day. I had to drive to the nearest eatery.
Yes, with special thanks to the executive chairman in the local government council. He has done very well by providing latrine. We call it latrine accommodation.
Okay.
Even urina.
Okay.
In strategic places.
Within the market.
Yes.
Only the market.
We have many latrine in all the markets in the local government, and of which, if you are pressed, you can easily go there and do the needful there. So I can really vouch for that in the go. We have public latrine.
What about water?
We have.
Water is another important thing.
We have adequate water supply in the local government council.
Okay, that's interesting. Now that you have said that, now, you know, when we're talking about waste generation, homes generate a lot of waste. And in some homes, the sewer system is broken. In some homes, they connect their bathroom water to the gutter right in front of their house, even the one that comes from their toilet right there. And then in some areas, they see them release their fish poultry water, pond water, and all of that on the street. Now, what measures have you put in place to manage such incidences or behavior from residents?
Yes. I want to say, by the grace of God, we have tried our possible best. We have done a lot. If you really look at the incessant discharge of wastewater in time past, you see that it was so rampant.
Okay.
People just construct their poultry or their fish pond. They will be discharging wastewater into the public drain. We have stopped it. It is an offense, both individual and corporate bodies. Any corporate body or individual that is being caught discharging wastewater into the public drain, that person will also be prosecuted accordingly.
But people do it at random and nothing seems to be done about them. There are some streets where they permanently open their swimming pool water on the street.
Yes.
Causing problems for other passers-by and road users.
Yes, ma'am. That's why most times we tell people, if you see something, say something. If maybe they are discharging such a thing in your environment, let the Department of Environment be aware in the 18 local government council.
Okay.
And if they are aware, they will swing into action, because we cannot be everywhere. Like as I earlier made mention, if for instance I am in a particular place in the New Borough and I am working, I and my team, I can also be at the same place in Ubiogo, of which Ubiogo is in the door. So if we have enough environmental officer, this whole thing will be reduced, of which that is going to be the solution.
The few that you have, what impact are they making?
Yes.
Because if the few are making great impact, then you can say, okay, let's have more. What impact are they making? Because even as we speak, streets are dirty.
Like, I can really vouch for a local government.
That's your local government?
That is the local government.
Okay, that you are promoting.
Yes.
Okay, now, generally now, how can we promote environmental sanitation awareness as we wrap up? Because our topic is on environmental sanitation, key preventive measures against disease. So how can we create more awareness now so that everybody in the environment will know how important it is to keep our environment clean? Just as you said, what you give to the environment is what the environment will give back to you. So what is that thing that we should do to make the awareness concrete so that everybody will imbibe this cleanliness attitude?
Okay, the way we can be able to promote the environment is regular sensitization, educating the people on the need to keep the environment clean. Now that we are gradually approaching the Yuletide, and we'll be expecting influx of persons into the city, we need to also tell them on the need they have to keep the environment clean. Because as I earlier said, it is what we give to the environment that the environment is going to certainly give back to us. If we have persons that will be coming to visit us, we should also teach them the culture, because it has to begin with me and you. There's what we call attitudinal change. The change of attitude should come into play if we must improve on the standard of the environment.
Okay, Senator Negwavoin, this is where I say thank you for finding time to be with us on the show. We hope to do this again, because a clean environment will definitely make you healthier. Thank you for your time. All right, people, the Yuletide is around the corner. Give to the environment what you want the environment to give to you. Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to our program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokogie. Today is a Monday, and of course the last Monday for the year 2025, and the last edition for the year 2025. So I want to say a very big thank you. I mean, all the episodes of the program African Discourse from the very first Monday of the year 2025 until now, most of the viewers out there they watched the program. So I appreciate so much, and I pray that God Almighty will also make us to see other editions in the year 2026. Well, today on the program African Discourse, we're going to be starting with major political happenings in Africa in the year 2025. I mean, the elections that we saw, and of course the coup that we saw. Well, some were alleged to have been fabricated, while some actually came through. As we speak now, we still have 1 or 2 nations, even up till about 4 nations, that the military junta took over the democratically elected governments in those nations, the likes of Democratic Republic of Congo and even Mali. We saw how the military junta took over those nations, and of course how the military rule is in those nations as we speak. Then it was in the year 2025 that we saw the ECOWAS became 50 years of ECOWAS, and we also saw that. Then also we also saw the election of Cameroon, whereby the oldest president on earth, Paul Biya, who turned 92, and of course he contested the election, and he won that election. So all these are the major things that we're going to be talking about today on the program African Discourse. Then also too, we also look at one of the most recent of it all now, when we talk about political issues, maybe somehow cascading it into security. The airstrikes that we saw, whereby it was in the Pentagon that the U.S. government reported that it was the U.S. government that was responsible for the airstrikes that happened. And we're going to be looking at how that resonates in Africa and into African politics. And to look at all this this afternoon, we are so privileged to have two gentlemen here, and most of the times we saw them on the program African Discourse. First and foremost, join me to welcome Mr. Neville Obahedo, a lecturer with the University of Benin. Sir, you're welcome to this program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, viewers and listeners all over the world.
And let me say thank you so much for coming most times of the year 2025. Thank you so much for attending to our invitation. Okay. Then a very good friend of mine from Unit Delta, Neville Dowita Egbutako, is also our guest this afternoon. And a couple of times we saw him via Zoom when he had to join us from Unit Delta in Arbor. He's an international conflict resolution expert and also a public affairs analyst. Yes, Dowita Egbutako, so good to have you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Viewers, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so let me just start with you, Dowita Egbutako. Political happenings in the year 2025, the likes of the elections that we talked about, and of course the military junta and all that. Now, in all of this now, how does it resonate with you, these political issues in Africa in the year 2025?
Well, nothing unusual really happened as far as talking about African political landscape in 2025. When I say something not really unusual, it is saying ding-dong stories of maladministration, ding-dong stories of wasted resources all over Africa, and which occasion the intervention of some military juntas, in African politics. And in 2025, we saw some military junta, precisely characters in the Burkina Faso, characters in Mali, characters in Niger, trying to redefine progressive socio-economic development in Africa, trying to redefine it, because and those characters in those countries, for me, they try to bring Africa from the cocoon of ridicule, underdevelopment, and shamelessness. Because what we have in all of Africa is a legacy of shamelessness. Is the root of banditry. Because when you have presidential palaces that do not reckon with the people, when you have democracy that cannot put food on the table, we have democracy that cannot secure human lives, democracy that cannot bring development, what is the meaning of such democracy? So, except from some few spots, in South Africa, where the last of Ramaphosa is trying to pull one or two strings. When I say one or two strings, I like the way he stood up to Donald Trump, for instance. A character like Donald Trump, who is an imperialistic master. It's my opinion, because never in the history of the United States, as a guy entered the White House that brought so much confusion in global politics, try to bring a brand new imperialism. Look at what he's doing in Venezuela. Look at what he's doing in Ukraine. We all know what is happening in Ukraine. You know, I don't want to go far. So, in Africa 2025, it's the same ding-dong stories. Is it Nigeria, where nothing seems to have changed, when the government at the center is overtaxing the people, when the government at the center doesn't, from opinion, doesn't give a hoot about the socio-economic existence of the people. Because we never in the history of this country have we had the kind of inflationary trend that's prevalent in Nigeria, for instance. And you mentioned in your introduction, we are seeing a brand new imperialism. The Department of War, for instance, we'll get there later, had to intervene in Nigerian security situation. What a shame! That in part of the military, sophisticated military gadget that we have in our kitty, that one man from Washington, from White House, had to shoot something, had to give directive from the Department of War in Pentagon. It's a stain on our sovereignty, you know. And so, is it in, as you said, is it in Cameroon, where you have one of the oldest men that are still trying to paddle their affairs? It beats imagination. It offends reasoning. That a character that like Paul Biya is saying Yaoundé. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I look at the Democratic Republic of Congo. Look at the peace that was brokered between the Democratic Republic and Kigali over the crisis in the DRC. In DRC. Yeah. Can't ECOWAS, can't African Union could have done that? Could those countries have waited for a donator America to have intervened in such, mediation? Because such mediation have consequences, economic consequences. Because it's a way, it's a gateway to hit into the economy, prowess of African countries. We know what has happened in the Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance. We know what happened to that country via Mobutu Sese Seko. Several decades of destruction via Western imperialism, and it offends reasoning. All right, that a Donald Trump, for instance, that to show the level of rudderlessness of African leadership in 2025, that Donald Trump had to intervene in such crisis. Where was African Union, AU? So what are we talking about? So that's why I started. I said the same ding-dong stories of maladministration, misgovernance, government that does not care, we don't reckon with the people. So, and that was why we had a series of military engagement all over Africa, because they wanted change. If democracy cannot provide food on the table, cannot provide security, the military boys say, hey, we can do it.
All right, Nowita Igbutako, thank you so much. Nabil Obakedo, looking at 2025 in Africa, I think somehow we may be tempted to want to segment it into three happenings, so to say. We have the one that has to do with the crisis, like what Nowita talked about, the crisis in the DRC. Then we also saw how some elections came through. Then we also saw the military junta coming into governance. Well, you may want to say that the issue of military junta coming into governance in Africa actually started, say, sometime 2023. But it was in 2025 that we saw the one that happened in Niger, the one that happened in Mali, in Benin Republic. In Benin Republic, very close to us, attempted, and all that. So what is your talking point? Looking at these whole scenarios that we just mentioned, how would you want to contribute?
Okay, thank you for your question. Let me start from the issue of elections. I start with the Republic of Tanzania. Tanzania conducted an election around October. The president that was there, that died in the office, John Magufuli, he was the 5th president of Tanzania after Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Then we had Ali Hassan Mwinyi. Yes. Then we have Joseph Okapa. Then we have Jakaya Kikwete. Then we have John Magufuli. Then the vice president under John Magufuli is Mrs. Suluhu Hassan from Zanzibar. She was vice president. Then when Magufuli died, she became president. Now, the people of Tanzania have usually conducted peaceful elections, peaceful transition from one party, from one government to another. Now, if you look at the prosperity of Tanzania, irrespective of what people may say, when you compare that prosperity with the prosperity of other countries, you discover that it has been an atmosphere of peace, atmosphere of development, atmosphere of solidarity. Now, because there was threat to the position of the incumbent president, you see the kamikaze that took place, the manipulation of the election, the killing of people who protested, and the arrest of those who protested. Now, that is not the foundation that was laid by the likes of Nwalimu, Julius Kabaragi Nyerere. I believe that Kabaragi Julius Nyerere spirit will be moving in the land of the dead over the people that died as a result of people trying to perpetuate themselves in power. That is a minus for Tanzania and for Africa in 2025.
Okay, it is.
Then we had an election in Guinea-Bissau. Our own president, former president Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and some other West African former leaders were there to monitor the election. As the results were coming in, the government of Sissoko Embalo was overthrown. Then one General Ignis armed man now became the president.
The military,
that was
the military head
attempt to overthrow the government of Embalo.
Okay. Now
Nigeria at a point
had
to pay the salaries of the civil servants or public servants of Guinea-Bissau, other Obasanjo, when I try to remember the name of the president who was there at that time. Now, that is a minus. If the military actually believed that somebody else was winning that election and President Embalo was trying to manipulate the election in his favor, they would have allowed the result to be announced, then get the result and say this person won this election.
Okay.
And give the person the mandate.
Beautiful. Now, we will pause there so that we quickly go for this commercial break. Don't forget the program is still Africa in Discourse, and we are starting this afternoon with happenings, political happenings for the year 2025. The year is still running. We still have some few days left before it eventually comes to an end. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program's still on your television, African Discourse, and we still have a guest here. Neville Obakedo is right here with us, and also Nuwita Igbutako. Now, Neville, a while ago, you were talking about the election, the one that happened in Guinea-Bissau, whereby Embalo, was alleged to have orchestrated the coup that we saw, and how he moved to Sudan, to Senegal, then later to Congo, Brazzaville, and all that. So, can you continue on that now?
Then I said that is a minus for democracy and for sustainable development in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay.
Then we go to Guinea-Conakry. In 2021, Colonel Mamadou Doumbouya overthrew the government of Alpha Condé. He accused the man of manipulating the election and the electoral process and was persecuting the opposition. Today, the man is about to transmit from military dictatorship to civilian presidency. Yesterday, December 28th, there was a general election where many people were supposed to contest that election. Key opposition leaders were banished out of the country. And so the election was conducted with a very weak opposition. And Guinea-Conakry is going to go back to the era of Lassana Conté, the man who took over the government of Guinea when the burial of independent president Ahmed Sékou Touré was being organized at the National Stadium.
Yes.
The man overthrew the government. And when his own burial was also being conducted, Didi Camara also overthrew the government of Guinea. And so you see the circle. The prosperity that Guinea enjoyed in the era of Ahmed Sékou
Touré.
Lassana Conté came to thwart it.
Wow.
Didi Camara came to thwart that one. And today, Mamadi Dagoya is doing the same thing.
Wow.
That is again a minus for Africa and a minus for Guinea. But there is something that is positive about elections. In Malawi, President Lazarus Chakwera contested the election with former President Peter Mutharika. And the election, after the rerun and all the things that took place, former President Peter Mutharika came back again to become president. That's a beauty for democracy. So that is a plus for Malawi. The same country that was held bound by Esti Kamuzu Banda many years ago. Now another election was conducted in Central African Republic. The president of Central African Republic, Faustin Todera, if that's the correct name. This man, because of the election that took place this year, and because he wanted to run for a third term, the man amended the constitution for a third term, and now there's no limit for the presidential can. Yes, so the man can be president just for like, life, just like
Paul Biya.
Yes, like Paul Biya, just like Paul Kagame, and several other African leaders who want to remain in office forever. Again, that is a minus. The democracy is number one, a game of number, a game of freedom of speech, a game of fundamental human rights.
All right, so what we're saying that it's been some plus and some minus politically in Africa in the year 2025.
Yes.
Okay.
There are so many other we cannot mention, but we need to measure other things. We have said something about a military coup d'etat attempt in Benin Republic.
In Benin Republic.
Yes. In Nigeria here, we are aware that some officers are being interrogated.
Being investigated.
Yes, for another fake coup.
Yes.
So you see that coup in the Sahel and West Africa has become a contagious thing.
Okay. Now let's look at it more critically now, because even as we try to say that the elections they've been more positive and also some negative. Now let's talk about the coup. I mean, Ibrahim Traore is one person that almost the whole world is praising now. Now, can we say that the advent of Ibrahim Traore, even as a military junta, as a military head of state, as it were now, is it a plus for leadership in Africa or a minus? No, which I would say.
It's a fantastic plus.
The military junta.
Fantastic.
Head? The military junta.
Yeah,
head?
because in a situation, as I said earlier, when so-called democratic rulers could not provide leadership, could not provide development, could not develop good governance, what do you call that kind of democracy? That's a minus for democracy. So in a case of Traore in Burkina Faso, you see, never, in fact, when I look at Traore, I remember Patrice Lumumba. When I look at Traore, I remember Kwame Nkrumah. These are people who are Pan-Africanists, who see beyond today. We know what happened in Burkina Faso for decades under Blaise Compaoré. We know what Compaoré did to Thomas Sankara. So for me, I am not a military apologist, but I subscribe to any government that can carry the people along, any government that can bring development, any government that is visionary, missionary, government with vision, government that is pro-people. That is all I am for. Because just as my friend has said, what have we had in the name of democracy? We have leaders, sitting democratic leaders, who had to organize a palace coup because he knew he was losing an election. Imagine kind of ridiculous spectacle.
Yeah.
So for me, the last of Musa Traore,
Ibrahim
Traore is welcomed in the politics of Africa. Because if democratic leaders cannot provide leadership, then let those who can provide leadership.
All right, now
so
quickly.
For me, it's a fantastic development because the people in Burkina Faso are happy. And we know what imperialists and imperialism are trying to do now. Trying to pin down that revolution. It's a revolution. It's a movement.
Yeah.
In Burkina Faso. Okay. So it's a welcome development.
Right.
I wish we have clear-headed characters in military uniforms. Because what we want is development. What we want is technological advancement. We know what happened in the Soviet Union. Do it for the dictatorship of the highest level, during Joseph Stalin. But that guy brought development to the Soviet Union. Is it in China? It's for the revolutionary government. Well, for me, as an international conflict resolution expert, we've seen both ends of the theories, practical and the rest. We need development. If the legs of Musa Ibrahim Traore can be president of South Africa, so be it.
But let us be careful with the way we say that now. Because we're talking about military here.
Yeah. So, what is wrong with military? I didn't know human beings. What is happening?
But it's no more fashionable. That's what we're saying.
Where it is fashionable is there true democracy?
Anyway, let me pause here and bring Neville Obakedo in. Now, Neville, quickly, before we go for another short break now. Now, I remember that it was somehow before this 2025 that is ending now. Somebody said that before the end of this year, that what's his name now? The guy in Niger Republic, Tiachini, the military head, the military junta head there. That before the year 2025, that a democratically elected president would have been sworn in, an election would have been conducted in Niger. As we speak now, it is still being held by military junta. Neville Obakedo.
When you talk about military government, you know, I made mention of the contagious theory just now, that you can use to explain why the spread of military dictatorship in the Sahel and in the West Africa sub-region. So also, you can use the sit-tight theory to explain perpetuation in power by military dictators.
What is the sit-tight theory now?
Yeah, that is to say that a person who is a military dictator who has come to say that yes, we want to clear the system because of corruption, because of manipulated election. By the time they get there, they now repeat the history of what they were trying to condemn. And that was what I made. That was why I made mention of Mamadi Doumbouya just now of Guinea. That is Guinea that has Conakry as its capital. Because one of the reasons why the government of Alpha Condé was overthrown was because he manipulated the election. Now you want to conduct an election as a military person who is transmitted to a civilian person. You are also manipulating the electoral process. Is that not what you accuse the other man of before you overthrew the government? Now, when we talk about that, I just use that one as a basis to answer your question. That the reason why this Nigerian leader cannot just organize election, because he is going to be part of that electoral process. The person that you overthrew the man because of manipulated election. Now he is planning to transmute. He is also going to make sure that any person that will take over power from him will not be allowed to participate in that electoral process. That is statism. So you go to Ghana, you look at the history of military dictatorship in Ghana, from General Kotoka to Afrifa, from Afrifa to Akufo, from Akufo to Achempong to Jerry Rawlings. You discover that all those military men, they were overthrown, apart from Jerry Rawlings, who later came and decided to put an end to the life of those that may likely organize his own overthrow. He cleansed them in the name of a revolution. And he was there for many years.
Yes.
You see tight is the people who have tasted power, the tendency that they are not ready to lose power immediately. Power. For example, we are talking about Burkina Faso, we are talking about Ibrahim Traore. When Captain Thomas Sankara became the military leader of Upper Volta, before he changed the name to Burkina Faso,
yes,
he had a friend who was the second in command, Captain Blaise Compaoré. Now, I don't know the reason why Compaoré overthrew the government, but I believe that he was used to overthrow the government because that government was nationalistic. That government was pan-Africanist. Wow. And the man was ready to transform the country and make the country a better place, a land that was flowing with milk and honey. He overthrew this man, killed the man, and then became president. For many years, he was organizing elections and perpetuating himself in power until there was what I refer to as citizenship competitiveness that made him to leave the country.
Okay, all right, we'll take a pause here now because we don't need to go for this commercial break. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse, and we are trailing major political happenings in Africa in the year 2025. You can see that it's building up. So we'll take a short break now. Then when we return, we're going to be looking at other major happenings too. It is in this year 2025. We are still in 2025 now. It is still in this year 2025 that we saw ECOWAS, an economic bloc in West Africa, became 50 years. And also too, we also saw the AFCON that is going on now, the African Nations Cup, being hosted by Morocco. We saw a protest, the protest known as the Gen Z protest in Morocco. Yes. It was also in this year 2025 that it happened. Then also too, the recent one that seems to be most recent now, the airstrikes, the one that happened in Nigeria. Talking about the U.S. after several warnings to the Islamist militants and all that, terrorists and all that, several warnings, eventually the U.S. had to, issue airstrikes in Sokoto, thus in one of the northwestern states of Nigeria. So we're going to be looking at all that and see how other African nations are resonating, particularly with these recent airstrikes in Nigeria. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program is still on your screen, on your television, independent television. The program African Discourse with Evans Nokogi, the very last edition for the year 2025. And hence, we are looking at major political issues in the year 2025. Gentlemen, now there are various issues to talk about, but we'll just highlight them as they come along. We'll pick them one after the other. Perhaps let's start with the protests in Kenya. You know, we saw that protest. It was sometime, I think, at the beginning of the year that we saw that protest. Yes. Then we also saw some other. Let's start with that protest first. Neville Obakedo. Now, how would you want to react to the protest, the one that happened in Kenya, the one the Kenyans came out, and also it was also in this year 2025 that we saw Ghana, Nigeria must go. you remember that word, Nigeria must go, as against what happened about 43 years ago, whereby it was Ghana must go. So it was in this 2025 that we saw Ghanaians protesting, asking Nigerians to leave Ghana because of the alleged atrocities that were said that were being committed by Nigerians in Ghana. Neville, let's start with the protest in Kenya. It was as a result of bad governance and all that Kenyans came out to protest. Neville Obakedo.
First and foremost, even if a man is elected president of a country, or a man is elected governor of a state, or a man is elected local government chairman, local government area chairman of a local government, you are supposed to engage your citizens, those that you are governing, in terms of your policy options, so that they can make input. So I'm surprised that in Nigeria, it's difficult for you to see a president organizing town hall meetings. The highest they can organize is a media chat, where they are to determine who should participate in the media chat. They are supposed to organize town hall meetings where they are going to break down the budget for people to set agenda for them in implementing their policies that they have set up in their budget. It is missing. And so the government of Kenya, President
Ruto now,
Ruto decided to take IMF loan, devalue their currency, and raise taxes and make life difficult for the people of Kenya. And because the youth of Kenya, they are active audience, participative audience, they saw that this man was going to mortgage their future for policies that did not originate from Kenya and were not going to better the lot of the citizens and the economy of Kenya. And so they protested. But it pains me that while the protest was on, instead of the president to look inward and call his cabinet members and members of the parliament to talk to them to say, oh, let us see how we can address the complaints of the protesters, they had to unleash state terror on them. And several of them were killed before the man made a U-turn to say that they are no longer going to take the policy that led to the protest in the first instance. That is an avoidable an incalculable mistake on the part of Kenya.
Yeah.
And it should not be only Kenya that we should be talking about when we talk about protest, because protest is coterminous with democracy, where people are dissatisfied about government policy. Since they cannot go to the parliament to go and be negotiating with the government,
they come out.
They come outside to protest, to register their displeasure with the policy or policies of government. And now, a policy of government can be electoral policy, using state machinery to manipulate elections, and like the case I made mention of in Tanzania. Then when the people now come outside to say, this is not our mandate, you ask security men to kill them, you ask security men to brutalize them, you ask security men to arrest them. That is that in the area of Kenya.
Yeah.
We talk about protest, and the way you talk about the Ghana must go. Let me say it here that the issue of
Nigerians,
the issue of Ghana must go.
Yeah.
The issue of Nigeria must
go. Yeah.
It was the government of
Nkrumah.
No, it's not Nkrumah. There was a government in Ghana. The government of Lima.
In Ghana then? That was in 1983, 81, 82, 83.
Ahmed Lima.
That Nigeria must go in Ghana. And they drove Nigerians out of Ghana.
No, that's a recent happening.
No. I'm telling you of what happened before. I want to leak.
Oh, it
Nigeria
happened?
Must go.
Yes, it happened. Yes, under Lima.
So they have to send Nigerians away from Ghana. So when the government of Muhammadu Buhari and today Diago came to power, they also saw that Ghanaians were in every community.
No, so you mean the concept of Nigerians must go it's happened the second time?
Yes, the second time.
The concept of Nigeria must go happened the second time in Ghana.
Recently.
First of all, happened in Ghana.
Before
Nigerians asked Ghanaians to go. Yes.
Oh.
So in 1984, the Ghanaians were asked to leave Nigeria.
Yeah.
As they were leaving their droves, there's one bag that they were buying.
that became synonymous.
Ghana must go.
Yeah.
So now, if Nigerians are in any country, I expect Nigeria to obey the rules and regulations of that country. If it is difficult, if the rules and regulations of those countries are targeting Nigeria, I expect them to cry out to the Nigerian embassy or High Commission, and then the matter can be brought before ECOWAS for resolution. Now, I do not expect Nigeria to go to Ghana to go and be flouting the rules and regulations of Ghana.
Okay. Now let me pause you so that
Ghanaians now get angry and they now ask Nigeria to go.
Okay. Now still talking about
I wrote an article with a professor in my department some time ago. That article is titled Nigeria-Ghana Relation: Root of Convergence and Point of Divergence. There we talk about how Ghanaians are not always happy when they see that Nigerians are prospering in their country.
Yes.
Yeah, but there are
in South Africa.
Yeah. Where South Africans will not target Nigeria. They will say because they know how to care for women, they carry their women, they do businesses, they thrive with their businesses, the employment that their old people will not take because the salary is minimal. Nigerians will take the job because they
but let us be careful with when we say Ghanaians are not always happy to see Nigerians prospering.
It's a fact of the matter.
I wrote an article about it.
It's a fact of the matter.
But are you aware that there were accusations that were made by the Ghanaian authorities while they were asking Nigerians to leave?
I've already alluded to that fact.
Yes. So when you say Ghanaians are not happy,
I do not expect Nigerians to go to Ghana and not obey the rules of Ghana as a republic or any other country. But I now say that I have it on good authority. If you check the internet, you will see that article there where Ghanaians use their policies to target Nigerians. It's written there. It's also online. You can check it.
Anyway, away from that, because of other things we need to look at. Now, Nowitha, still talking about protest now. We also saw the Gen Z 2 protest. That's how it was characterized. The Gen Z 2 protest. That came up sometime around June, July, whereby the Moroccan authority, they were preparing for this ongoing AFCON. I mean, they were building stadiums here and there in various states and cities in Morocco as against developments in Morocco. Then the youths came out, to protest that.
What's going on, gentlemen?
You cannot be doing this at our own expense. So I want you to touch like that quickly.
You have almost let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
The youth became resentful.
Irate. Yeah.
They became resentful.
Yeah.
They became volatile. They became uncomfortable. They became revolutionary. When they see a government that doesn't have agenda for them, a government that is trying to internationalize itself, in the name of football. You know what it means to be the...
But the question that was asked to that, the economic value, because whether we like it or not now, the hotels in Morocco, they are filled up. I mean, the economic value that this AFCON is bringing to Morocco, don't you think that the youth would have thought of that?
Is it government by the elite? Because in most of African countries, you have government by the elite, for the elite, and by the elite.
No, we're talking about the economic value it brings, is given to the...
Economic value, at the end of the day, who
pockets
the largest? Is it the unemployed youth? No, let's tell you the truth. Is it the woman selling mama put at the corner of Rabat that will benefit? You know, at the end of the day, just like what's obtainable in Nigeria and in most African countries, all these employment are, they are racketed. Employment, who knows who? The syndrome is not only in Nigeria, it's everywhere. You talk of big stadium, big this and that. The children and offerings of politicians, of the elite, that will see maybe the media jobs, those who are doing bricklaying, who are doing plumbing, who are building the stadium and things like that. But, okay, what made the youth to hit Rabat, the capital? They've seen that the thing is not in their own interest. At the end of the day, it's the interest of a few. And that is what is obtainable in most countries in Africa. You know, that's why we like some of the things that is happening in Burkina Faso. The man is pro people, is pro masses. Is the government in Ouagadougou is a welfarist agenda, just like what we had in Libya before the unfortunate liquidation of Muammar Gaddafi by the Western powers. That was one of the saddest points in Africa.
Okay. All right, so Neville Obahedo, it was in 1975 that we had the ECOWAS bloc, established, and definitely this year, 2025, it became 50 years old. Now, good enough that the ECOWAS is 50 years old, but something terrible, I don't know whether to use the word terrible, but something unprecedented happened. It was the first time that we saw some member states leaving the bloc, forming their own bloc, the Sahel region. We saw Mali leaving, we saw Niger, we saw Burkina Faso and all that. No, Neville Obahedo. Now, what does this tell us about the ECOWAS? Is ECOWAS still a bloc that is being able to hold member states together? Neville Obahedo.
When we talk about ECOWAS at 50, it reminds me of the effort of Yakubu Gowon, one of the statesmen in this country that made Nigeria to be united to date, despite all odds. When we talk about ECOWAS at 50, it reminds me of the lives of Nyashigbe Eyadema of Togo, Félix Houphouët-Boigny of La Côte d'Ivoire, Léopold Sédar Senghor of Senegal, and several other leaders. Now, ECOWAS has transmuted from normal ECOWAS to ECOWAS Commission. And so many other things that ECOWAS has done, like restoring peace to Liberia, restoring peace to Sierra Leone, even restoring democratically elected government to Sierra Leone after Captain Valentine Strasser overthrew the government of Joseph Momo some years ago. ECOWAS has tried as much as possible to ensure that ECOWAS is the West Africa sub-region is prosperous despite their experience with colonial masters. One of the problems that ECOWAS has faced, before I talk about the people that are not in ECOWAS today,
quickly, because we have other issues we need to touch on.
The European colonial masters, especially France, they have fought against the unification of the currency of West Africa so that they can witness financial autonomy, because the central bank of Francophone West African countries is tied to the central bank of France. And so they cannot plan their budget and carry out their fiscal and monetary policies without like a permission
from the Central Bank of France.
Wow. That is a setback for ECOWAS. Now, one of the ECOWAS protocols under the ECOWAS Commission is that there shall be no undemocratic change of government in West Africa. If a group of persons decide to effect a change of government through military or by force, they are going to be banned or they are going to be suspended from ECOWAS.
Or face sanctions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the sanctions and the suspension made these people to go and form their own bloc. That their bloc will not stand the test of time. It may be there for some time, but when they now transmute from military dictatorship to civilian rulership or whatever, I will see whether they will not look for a way back to the ECOWAS.
You mean the bloc won't stand the test of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Because these Sahelian countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, these are countries that are facing the same problem that Nigeria is facing.
Okay, beautiful.
The problem
now,
of insecurity.
Yeah, quickly.
And they need collaboration.
Yeah, quickly. I'm going to be asking you perhaps 3 questions as one now. Now, first, quickly, we have other things. Now, quickly, let's talk about the G20 summit. We saw it in Johannesburg, whereby, I don't want to use the word almighty Donald Trump. He said he was not going to be at that summit, and eventually he did not go. Now, what does it tell about Africa as a continent? Donald Trump wasn't there, and he didn't go there. Then we also saw Nigeria now being partner of the BRICS as against full membership that some Nigerians are calling for. That's the second question. Then also let's talk about we also talk about the airstrikes. The U.S. airstrikes in Nigeria. How does it resonate in Africa? 3 questions in one.
Well,
quickly.
For me, quickly, I like what happened in Johannesburg.
Okay, you like it?
Yeah.
That U.S. president wasn't there?
Yeah, because Cyril Ramaphosa and his crowd tried to assert sovereignty. Because
on sovereignty on who now? On what?
Try to assert independence. Because we know what Donald Trump stands for.
Yeah, Donald Trump his reason was because of the white Africans issues with the government of Cyril Ramaphosa.
Donald Trump is a blackmailer. Donald Trump does not believe in African progress. Donald Trump does not believe in South African progress. Donald Trump is an imperialist master. He wants to control the destiny of the world. For me, from what I know in this thing, what happened to Johannesburg is a welcome development. They call the bluff of Donald Trump.
Yes.
That without you we can move on.
All right, now.
So it's a welcome development.
The
BRICS, it's another way to tell, because what Donald Trump trying to do is to control the destinies of the world. And America is against BRICS. We want to talk about BRICS, talk about Russia.
So Nigeria is a partner of the BRICS now?
Well, for me, for the Nigerian government to take some independent position, it's a welcome development. Because the government in White House right now, we want to load it.
Okay.
Over.
They're
talking about the airstrikes.
I'll give you a minute to quickly wrap it up with the airstrikes. Now, the airstrike. Now, some people are of the opinion that those airstrikes landed in vegetable farms in Sokoto State. No casualties and all that. David Obakedo, how will you react to that?
In a war situation, there's usually what we call propaganda.
So the airstrikes were the propaganda?
Those that are being targeted, we use propaganda to explain their position. Those that are targeting...
we also use propaganda.
Now, I don't believe that the strikes did not hit their target.
No, but we're yet to... I mean, it's not in the media space, except the reaction that the Sokoto State government gave out.
If it is not in the media space, it's not there for a reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not there for a reason.
Yes, for tactical reasons.
Well, I'm talking about casualties here.
It's not there for a reason. But when you see people coming out to say that there were no civilian casualties, if you see people coming out to say that we saw massive movement of the terrorists,
yes,
you know that something has happened.
Anyway,
I'll not this time. We are going to get the details of what happened.
Okay, so I want to say thank you so much, Neville Obakedo. Thank you so much, most appreciated. I mean, all the time we invited you on this program, 2025, you made it through. Thank you so much. Please extend a handshake to Nowita. Nowita, I'll personally thank you, because at times I had to put you on the run. Some few hours of the program, you still have to make it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Now, also I will say thank you to my producer. Yeah, talking about Dr. Sonny Dio Kokosu. I mean, you always prepared me on this program. You know, you dotted those I's for me and crossed the T's. And all my colleagues here that I worked with, my PDs, my internet, facility experts and all that, I want to say thank you so much. And my cameramen. So by the special grace of God, next week Monday is going to be the first edition of the program African Discourse. And by the special grace of God, you will be alive and I'll be here. I'll be in 2026. All right, so until then, my name is Evan Sonokuge. Goodbye and God bless you.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omawo-Gyukpo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakwala. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That's what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government The governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public funds without being accountable to it.
Okay. Do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, embarking on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I see a disconnect, because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course while the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it's not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Oh, okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now, at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is abysmal. It's a near zero. Abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials, demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the rights, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And note, what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in the law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Mm-hmm. Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to Electoral Acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Act provides for exemptions. And those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19, with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act. And that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it? Or
do they have access?
Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
Individuals, citizens, group of citizens to make application.
Yeah, because it's
get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, but how fluid or how, accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in Section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their state worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, okay, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omar Gupon. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say ni wan. Ota me ota ni nyowa. Eni mawo e wo gbe ya fe. Ota mawo ya he. Ta we ni hu. Nu ta ma ni ma ya fe. To ta ma nu wa ya fe. Ni da hi ma be. Uge ibota na. Ibota wo ka no. Ibota ka ga eme na ya nwa. We ne de ga mana e bola we owe bebe ya na. Ota ile ari ba ene ononya wa ishemokuku ka me ke ya atoha e wana do ahin emi o hage nonya wa o hage ne de ya fe ibude na ri no ma e ibota kini wa ibota ona ni zebo yo ona ga literature o gebo e ibota ko hao kiguna e na ni wa ugie bota ni mame okay de kan emi no wa sunu kana vegena ewa bayiwe ogwomadia ogobima bayiwe mo no iku matota yo wa no agbaruma no same no wawon unye no pe alewa bayiwe mo no ise ti iwe ba do bo me iwi mayiwe na ya fe obo ya se egbugbo na gbe Mayemi wa ya gbogbo ai ezobu ni marie Hausa Fulani beni ani ya fe eyi mo ya du e bebi na ya kini ma do be e na ya fe e ma gun aka nda edo ke ra ewo ko to pa no o no mi wa yi enu nya wa re yewo awa mi eyi wa de ri ba no we ya mo e o agobo wegbo ado ami agesu ku meu ago ojo ago Musa ago onona enie ayihe enige iye igwe eboni awa mune eya odo aruso no ilowo gi mana mami no sunu ogege keke na eyeye na ya mare wani vie iya na ya yowa wa emi no hi eso we me ma no eso we be me ma enya na fia ro enya ya ma agwa ka be putana no ogwe egwa ore ma ge pastor Calvary na more
ibi edo no wo me wa bi tota wa bi dan ho wa be na ge kai ofo ebo sa oba gwa yaro oba atope
ise ore ma ta me Victor Bizugbe
Edonewo wa donewo zomo we na tewe mano manya me ari nu na ri me wa chago wa si kepe ti we ni wada me ma gun na awe na time on ya re ni yori ewuhu oba atope
ise ejo we no me o sa yo won bo se je no bi e o me ge to wa ya fe ni da hima so bo da wo e gi ma te me da ma wa ewe ni ma weta so bo no bu wa we abi enwa ewo na ya dolo wa dolo de yi e ibo ta kin ni wan ni mawe ta se wa be awe ya wo de ko de ya fe na ya dan ho ore ibota ma te me da e me na ya dole wo yi e mata ni ma agwa ka de na e wa no wa nya kya e na ye na e wo giro ni o ta bu wa we e wo na te gelegele ma nya e me ni mawe nya gelegele e ma ta no emi ni gele sunu a e ya we no na ke wa e ko ohun a e no ohun a no dogbo obi e oba no o ma biye ona agwale mo ana wo no ovi emi yeze ovi emi olokun o ya ri odo ayi fi yo ne ya no iya ne iwale le ahia ndo oba ya we mi ana wa siya ni bu ayo ni ara wu e olokun ni ana te eko nwa no dogbo adu akeke nwa na emu ma mi mai na iwe do re ke nwa ko ri aya ko a iwe do re gelegele ko ri aya ko a eni ko wa bo we degbe ejo we no na e wo ni bu we bi kikini ya fe e kema e no manya e na we te bi river wo ton e ya fe ba ya do na anyone oba no gedo wala ho so ni ma gwa ka fi wori e no yi do a itohan wi le ko ni ma me no yi no do a o zan no gi mana e ma je na ni wa no go e gwa re ma ko temege pastor kavari munamburi
to mono wa
obo kya
do ma twene ile do no go me wa he ne eri ma go ha mu la diana no kan ido level osamo bo aye edo ona yoba yo no ga eri ma ya fe no aye do kian oba na je ligi yo kao le da de eboye anagba ore oba lugo sanowo dua owe yodion we na be are da debo unda ni eboti e grassroots eba woman beno boy se eba no ba ore asefen ni eje we asefen na we garima zebe no gi waya dole bo weje zebo dion we waya dole bo weje zebe okao a oe no rebo ni netingi gwe no barietina no gwe are asefena waya dole ye e wo rieri mo paga e weri ele lebo we no da uga e ureba ige e oge gbewe uje urera ne mane na bio iwo bo ve ne dogba ya rebo ni ve na ebo ni aya made oni eniwe ara o bede agbe mami egon unda egona ma eya opa ya eva ya awe ibe benureba awe be kalabareba awe be ogojareba adoseba ibe fulani ibe bi ausana ni laro we na eso no wa vie milala eni ga vie milana aviola ebo na we no jo we ga gba oge oso ya ri e gai o ga ri nya ba ri o ede o ga ri aka le ri aga eviere ya iga so agime no zeyin ai erio ojonwe erio emi no sunu na whether you say we so ivie do ri yo bowu we gi mi vie do no seti me blocky ase ani na we gi mi vie do no gbin no ri we zobu ase ani ana then vi ma ye Germany then ya Italy ye Europe ya gwale igo no kokon eri bi awusana ni bi ogoja de kemu ya ladia do arotedo muda era ara se na ina ibi ebo se ne go dege yana do awu iwuna na ni bi ebo na do awu na makaweji ibi ebo ka gbezo ya ka me blocking ya ka gbe ngbo ya ka be gbo ya ka wona awa file kwa ne go e go no ri rebo ona do se mano nyabo whether never say they say ye be we are body so rubo atema ati wo me akwe yore mu da we abo pio bo pa no ri abo oye poi so we go amo na la wo mo se bo jon we enoge oka o na la o e ma be ri ona la o wa di agba o ko cho
ambu mayebu we de
oba ato pe
ise eri wa he no ta ti na we tase o ta me
Victor edonebu wa owi dolebo si oba alehun no ri awo orun yen iya ohioma ti an to ye wo ya bun so pan ni mari dodo sefi na ona do yewe na rie ogion wele ana ri fi epo ona fi fun lepo ni ona de fi to aye do te keke no raye o ke ni ma to bi ma we mu pa mu we ne ya re we ekwe no ba mi ewe iyotan ona do alo na fie ugbo na ona do ha inya isoma de ga tie orun yen anari wa na dia anari o to na mugbo amaka ma wi on ri nya so pan ya na ri wa we gbo e na o ya ki on ri gbe ora hu no nyaa ora hu ehin to ni re o we gi me right be ni bota mare bega iya na be do mi ewe aweni ate pe fiaye o ya na pe so ru abonia iya yi mi no nya to iya yi no iwo to be na wa gun na iya na iwo to owe ute de ni ehien na u ka ri we iwo to o ye oni oya ti lada e di o te keke na oye awa ni epo to ni ana ojon we enigie okagele keke mani try serve that one devil one yabo to ru ni na do ba we upo iwe no lebo te where you step on toes uri o we yo e mata no do ge kunu ere uga yuku reze ni o yo gwe una ga woru da na enego una ona do tere ma we uma che ihwaro akwe odikunu weye hu da we uhinanu de oyogwe iyi osunu egboda fe wo ze pe de ga na me ko ru yen na ga rebo we okeke nu wen na wo no rebo we be na America di gbase a enu e wo no ro be na Britain say ta enu e wo no ro America say Nigeria ama ewe edo ama ewe igwe pa udo we uma enu e wo no re e wo nu ye uma e mani be ko ri ma ru yen no re dawa do be wa anyi piripiri e no ri wa ke da do ewu no hin agba o kiye ke sabo na gi mado ya vie we enima iyo bi masi no ola wa gi magba okoto ga eno we ma me rebu ga eno gi mado lo yi ga eno ri ae na gwa ahwe yi ba ni re oba to pe ise we se otenwe bizugbe wa hewe ni e ba e kanani imi aweri bai ni ya mo yotori oni wa o ka owo be ojo we ke kagele ke ejon irewo e wa are are ke ni agbe o wa ni atuta awa agbeni ni aya fe maya yuwe o kagele ne no ba e mano yewo no ma e be goro o ya se gba ojo we no ri ona ya e be so pa ko wa na be o dewo iya awagme ni ayo to wa ni aye iya wuna aro wa ni aya wuna lele aya ni aware o wa ri opa la wa o te suke va ya vi ogban ki fa po logbe o ya vi ogban re o do vi oba gbe ayi ni mako awo ko ofie wo re ya polo ni imaya we yegene de ye bi maro pa iro wa iwe no be suna ki mani pe ake ni ko no bi egbera mene ame a isen ero ai ni ma bi eni avian la university avian la ya do ara kowe ya gbogbo begene de ni wan use mayamuna use o wa se gifie ugbe o te re bisugbe ayi ma la sun use opuna abi abe yoga igele e ya wa kugbe ugbe kapa ya mo to wa fie wo do pa awo de every awo go na iberi edi ya imama mayemi ni ya we na ni mama mi ro nguna ma wo to o yuse na ya fe ni wan e no we gbe ba ero ba ya mi we iyana a ebe ni ahia e iya ma wa bo be dona iya ni akunyare uwe moto akunyayi mai mi e gusu o da we wu ya o da wo be do ka ye ni o ma gbo wa awudo ni e mo no la e ni kire jaga we eni ge soro abe ojo we soro eri mo wa eso iko mo ko Hausa Fulani oge am yen na ge mi ati ayan le Kalaba eni ya mi Benue ye yo wa bo ya ye ni wan what is pe isen ekigbesi ya 50 years be wo na ya ye ma ya ro ye we gon be o ye gon ne ya ke landlord o ye ya ke landlord iye ke ya bi e we ya bi ele emi ya bi ele wo ya odo o pe pa mi ti bi o mi yise
gbọ́sọ̀ ọmọ kò gbèrò wá ọmọ kò yé ọgbà wò wá ìyá àbíẹ̀ ọ̀nà ọmọ ẹ̀fẹ̀ ìyá yé wọ̀ ìwọ́ ní àwùjọ ìyá ẹsẹ̀ tí kò kẹ́yẹ ìfẹ̀ láre ìyá ọ̀fẹ̀rẹ̀ náà sọpọ̀ mọ̀nà àfẹ́bùrẹ́ mà ẹbí ẹgbẹ́rẹ́ sí ẹ̀ mà ẹbí ẹgbẹ́rẹ́ ya ẹ̀mọ́ ni màá rí màá rí ìyá yín gbó wọ́n yá tá yẹ mà sọ wí mà sọ ní gìso ọ̀hún ẹ̀ gbé mara ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dùn yọpọ̀ wà ló wà ibi àwọn sọ ìjọ kẹgbẹ́ ìpè à nílé wa ẹni oge rò oge ẹwò rò wàá tẹ́ nìyẹn ní wọ́n ẹ́ wàá dúró nìyẹn ní mayé náà wọ́n náà wẹ́ ọmọlọ́ba àtọ́pẹ́ náà wẹ́ ní gèké yàfẹ́ lásìkò kókó náà tẹ̀wé nìhun yẹn ayé rẹ̀ wọ́n náà ara ta ni ìlélẹ̀ ọ̀yẹ́wé ni màá gbọ́ kẹ ẹ̀dùnàzẹ́ màá gbọ́ kẹ ọ̀sán àná gbéra bẹ́ẹ̀ àwẹ́ ẹ̀dùnàzẹ́ ayé ayazọ́ ayé amáàmọ́ èmi sùkúl òwe bẹ ọmọ ilé Haúsá òyìnbó ayé ọba màá ni ẹ̀dọ́ ní màmá yẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀ ebi ọlọ́wọ́ nọ̀wá rọ̀ náà sálọ́bọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́wọ́ àrí ní màá ní màá ọwọ́ gbègbè bọ́ọ̀rí àná ọ̀tẹ́ àti nọ́tún ògègè n'oyí máa lẹ́mẹ̀ náà tánà wọ́ọ̀dù wíjù ní zébóyọ ìmọ̀ àárọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ ló pẹ́ wó afiamẹ́ tẹ́ wọ́n là á wòwò èrí mà ọmọ ọ̀gá sí ògì ẹ̀ wọ́n là á ọ̀nà àwò gbégbé wọ́n tẹ̀sí pín ìsẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ rírọ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ rẹ̀ pásítọ̀.
dọ́mọ̀nà wa ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin wọ́n pàrọ̀ àárọ̀ náà bí jẹ́mi náà sọ ẹni ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀sán ẹ̀ nira mẹ́ o ọ̀rọ̀dẹ́ oyin òǹdẹ́ o ọ̀rọ̀dẹ́ oyin òǹdẹ́
màáyé máa mọ̀ náà bẹ yẹ rí mi o.
ẹ̀dọ́ ni màáyé yẹ́yẹ́ mi àríwú náà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà gbórí ẹ̀dọ́ náà sí ìbá máa ṣe sùn alẹ́ olẹ́rẹ́ wọ́n máa ń lákẹ̀kẹ́ ní adà máa ń zẹ́ wọ́n náà yẹn mi náà kẹ́kẹ́ máa ní ma gbọ́ káyé lè mọ́ wẹ́yà káyé lè yẹ zẹ́ẹ̀bù ńta nọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ bọ̀ dún wẹ́yà káyé lè òhẹ́ ọ̀kápò dìmínà náà wọ́n arábùwẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ àti ó tọ́ni ẹ̀nà ọ̀rẹ́ fi pọ̀ ẹ̀mà nọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀bùn oníbẹ̀ nẹ̀bùn ní ayá dẹ́ ẹ̀mìnà ọ̀yá mà àrùdà ẹ̀jú gbẹ̀yẹ̀ bá wẹ́ zíò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìmànà ọ̀rọ̀ tó tún wẹ́ ayá mà ẹ̀mí ní kẹ́yà sùúrù dáyà ẹ̀wẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀yẹ́sẹ̀ sùúrù bẹ̀ wí má rẹ̀ kèlè mẹ́bọ̀ wáyé dé má orí gbónú yọ ìyá náà ìyá ìwà òwà náà wà bọ̀ fún ẹ ewu dùn ọ̀rọ̀ aṣọ ìwádìí ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ lẹ́pa ẹ̀ má tọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà bíi protector asọ́pàdé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ zọgbọ̀ ẹ̀ ọ̀rùn lẹ́pa ẹ̀hùnàmúyọ.
ìyá àfihàn yìí pa kàkà ọ̀rẹ́ ìyá àfihàn yà fẹ́ bí ọ táìpù orí àdúrẹ́ bí ọ.
ìyàtọ̀ pẹ̀ sà wọ́n fi ní táìpù ìyá wà ní ẹ̀wà pàánù ẹ̀ ìyá fi ọ̀pá ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ wọ́n ní ìdòwò yàrá ló ti mà ìyá tí a ní ẹ̀yìn àwà yà fẹ́ yàrá ló dúró ní ti àwọn èmi ti ti bàbà DPO náà bèrè wọn asọ́pàdé ló gbúdọ̀ wò ní ti èmi yẹ́rẹ̀ rí ìhùnà vigilante avion lè dá àdúgbò wẹ̀yẹ̀ ká mú ẹ̀ mọ̀tòsáìkò dé mọ́tà umi na ọmọ ẹ̀mùdíà ẹ̀pọ̀ ló mú dé dá zazá rẹ̀ ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà ọmọ gbìyà ọdún wa nyẹ́ ilé lẹ̀ ìyẹn ẹ̀dí nyẹ́ ní ọ̀fíẹ́ lè lé adé wa o ìyẹn ọmọ ní sọ́lẹ̀ lè adé wa ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lè sọ̀lẹ̀ lé adé wa dènà kí ẹbí ni màdí wẹ̀ rẹ̀ wí má rẹ̀ evigilantí rẹ̀ dá àdó dẹ̀ wọn la wẹ́ wá dé ẹgbẹ́sọ̀ lónìí evigilantí dè mú mọ́tòsáìkò wọ́n wá ní ìyẹn àdè wẹ̀ wẹ́ láre wọ́n á rí wà kéde omi ẹ̀wọ̀n náà wẹ̀ kíá wà kéde bọ́ mọ́ ẹ̀pọ̀ ló múnà mọ́ ẹ̀ tó ta mọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ àdè sàzá àgẹ̀ yìí so kwami no bi wa yie na baba ebi Hausa na bi ogoja no iye no ko di ko ba so odore we iye ibi re la re bunya ne ni ma bunya zeje iye ra de ede ni nya abie o ga bere to bi ya tono to ya vinya ni amadoa
ya kpon
ya kpon no we wa be sunura ni ibi benu e la ewo iye ya to bi ya afie dineri ya ni ya mako aro iria lára ọ̀ka yẹn lè wẹ́yìn wà mí o ọ̀rẹ́ sábìyẹ ọ̀rẹ́ gbogbo ẹgbà ọ̀rẹ́ wẹ́rẹ́ ìzáwọ̀ ọmọ yìí sún abẹ́yẹ ìdí ẹ̀ wọ ẹ̀yẹ ọgbẹ́yọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ mú di wọn wẹ́ mi ẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹ kó ọ̀rẹ́ kẹwẹ́ ìmọ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀bẹ́ ni mẹ́sì ẹ̀ nínú tábà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ọ̀nà àrọ̀ bàbá hotel dona immigration ẹ̀dọ̀ àrí ebe ní ẹ̀dẹ̀ àdìbí àwọn sanu lánàá wà wà mú yàmùdí àdẹ́wẹ́lá rẹ̀ ebe wẹ́wò ìyẹn gẹ̀dẹ̀ wà lè kí ẹ̀ yẹn náà wà wẹ́ pè súnmẹ́ká yẹ gẹlẹ di ẹnna dẹ wẹgẹ in authority ìyára ẹwù náà ọsẹ ni dọwọ adẹ wòrí ya mọ ẹ ọgẹgẹ wàlàdìà mọ wà ọba gé wàlàdìà omi ẹ ara abẹ ìgbàdọ lọ ya sí ẹkẹsẹ wà á mọ ẹ o ma yi teri o wa we dogun ya me blocking we no ori e bi ka mo do mo e ba se na wona ya o e o ma re rie o ma be ke mo de we wota na we wari o we ti e resolve e ba se gwe rie megum ege wa ya la bo na o ga re mo we e signature re no giro o do we ro nwe o ma na e no o ga ni lu po gbera de na to wo e ki apa o ga ne wo ko oje imi obodu bo ni na o ga de ma se ma madasu wo ki ya e de yo gbe o wa ho no gbe o ba to pe
wese eni wa he no ta na we be ka yi nu ta ba na we be mani pa America ma me be wa be ma odo mani le lo to ma me be na jo ni ma me be ni ma pa la ka we ga re won na mu bolo o te bi su gbe ye ke re ye ke kan pa ne
mami owe ahoba eogi manedo eki ero hihi
ahoba
eogi maeki ero hihi mami ewe de ga na mi ewe awi itohan sabo na itohan gbima wariana ege bi gbima wariawe mami itohan mara ame na na vie masikegbe na mi ewi ana do yo we ya ero adania edede ebi no gba odun we o kaigele enogi warewie inwina na obi yuwagbe Ruda wa ene botie grassroots wa si kototo se ne wo ya bere na se ti ya lewa vero ebi kemi na sunu ana me we ma na vela wo na ni are na ya do nwina ni are hiri ayepo good and better no one man so pa emi ni man do alaje kototo na oke kakabo ga we ye no kakabo pa won di awa vi okoko ye ki amami no de ala vi adi wa hu na wo yen kan atenu da wa viole o but amami no ri denye ma na viole no te do wuye bono ma yen na no ri gbo ma na vi no gba hu da we no sunu wo we rere na inu kan kere ban oro ye be ogwara o ma he mu emi nia ede no gwara de rasin emi no kwa kan so to do
iya o we rere lu e kadaba iya de iya agbegbe ni ade iya ya te ni pa wo o ya te me ariwo wa na gbegbe kan no na gbegbe magun kana na gbegbe se na yi ayo aka bo yin ayo gbe na ana mwela je enia o agoma o re police station o re kino ki we go ma no ki ye busa ni ni ye duno ye ge wono ye no wa yin abi no re a se ti ani wa ya iwe we ni matala ni wa ma be mi salo bo be ni nika a be ni e bi ma dare e ma da abio abio gi mana ma mi ayi be to salo bo sabana je e ma mi yi ni ma ti e mo na e gbi ma o
ise
wa ti o mo wa ti o vien wa ti e gbu wa e
ise
unda ori opa ka o se do imunara munana ya ri e bai ori opa se ti munna ni wa ru de ibi ma ya ru e ne de e lo pa ri ro ni wero yan oni ayo bo kan ibi aya pluto aya wona hiwa no awa ayo wa no do re ihun ni ya te setin wona o wa setin wona ka wa ikoto ade akugbo iro egbe ni kata si nana ne edo kugbo wona amu na ari oru na use amu gegbe oni ma ya wona oni yero a unda ma mi wa we ni ware edo awe ni wa ya yu ni wa ma ri bude na ni do wa dan ho se do no pe o ni wa ya dan ho awo don we ami ya fe ke ami ya ni si wona wa hu na ha ro ni wa na me we e ma ni re da de kini da so re ye idonu we ye o wa ni aye o wa ni ma ye ni ana wa si koko yen wa re ba ai ro te ya e vigilante wa ye ya se maka bote wa na we aye bi ewo ba vigilante ni be aro ni wa e ma ma na mu gibo ta de na to ni wa ọba to pe
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time going for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, we'll just Keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. All right, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done in set and rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. This is the cool down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get if you're a lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the leg. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? All right, thank you for watching. All right, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. You understand? All right, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming.